Nicholas did double stuffed Oreos. Solid. All right, YouTube. We're live on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Silent, thank you for the gifted sub.
Island 612 underscore gifted a tier 1 sub.
Much
to PK
appreciated.
Pugman.
Freaking give me
They have
chat.
given
You are
11
my.
gift
You all
subs
are
in
my
the
tax
channel.
return because I am not getting a tax return. That, jeez Louise. The government has stolen and taken my monies. Anyway, so yeah, the Collins Comp is coming back.
What we do here is go back.
So yeah, this is today. We don't know what it is today. I paid TurboTax more money than I'm getting back. I paid TurboTax and I freaking have to pay money to the government. So also, PK Pokemon, not thank you. Happy birthday. Happy 60th birthday? 80th birthday? I don't know how old you are. Old, probably. Don't care. You're pretty gay these days. Later, TurboTax, you could file for free earlier. My parents use TurboTax. But I still have to pay for it, which kind of is crazy. You notice how you spell Chonton Shaw? Maybe it's a hint to H3. You're speculating, but there's only 2 H's. You know what I mean? Should use a free file option since they won't exist next year. Oh well. Are doing bets on who? Yeah, we're waiting for chat to get in here. I think we're at enough time where I can do the prediction. What is the poll? I'm meant to do a prediction. Gosh darn it. Okay. Start prediction. I can do it for 30 minutes long. Okay. Who will the content cop be on? Asmin. Ethan Klein. Who else? Could be Amaranth. H3 has 2 H's. Yes, that's true. Himself. Sex Destiny. I mean, do we think it'd actually be on Destiny? How many can I add here? I'm probably putting Amaranth here, I guess. Oh, I can add a lot. I can add a lot. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna say Trump / Elon / Republicans. I don't know anything about Sam Hyde, but I was put Sam Hyde because y'all said Sam Hyde. D don't got the motion. Nicholas did eat the Oreo. Right-wing content online in general. Right-wing content. All right, I have one more slot. I have Asmin, Ethan Klein, iDubbbz, Destiny, Amaranth, Trump, Elon, Republicans, Sam Hyde, Nicholas D. the Oreo, right-wing content. I'm not putting Paradigm. Hassan. Oh, no, okay, no. Hassan is a way better one. Hassan is a way better option than like freaking Nicholas D'Oreo. But if we meant 4/16/2026, that would be pretty funny. All right. Asmon, Ethan, iDubbbz, Destiny, Amaranth, Trump, Elon, Republican, Sam Hyde, Nicholas D'Oreo, Hassan. PewDiePie? I don't think it's going to be PewDiePie, honestly. Other. I'm just going to put other. Mr. Beast is not bad. I can replace Nicholas D'Oreo with Mr. Beast. Is there anyone for Keemstar? Listen, we can only have 10. So, like, you're going to have to kick somebody off. Asmon, Ethan, iDubbbz, Destiny, Amaranth, Trump, Elon, Republicans, Sam Hyde, Mr. Beast, Hassan, and other. All right. Does that cover a lot of it? You're going to have 30 minutes to get your predictions in. Will be Sam Hyde, I promise. I don't care, okay? This is a prediction. If you don't think it would be Sam Hyde, don't fucking select Sam Hyde, okay? Select somebody else. I don't care. Jeez Louise. Let me see a little left field. It doesn't matter. If you don't think it's going to be Amaranth, don't select Amaranth. Pick somebody else. It's a prediction. There is a list of predictions. You don't have to select the person if you don't think it's going to be the person. I do not care if not you think or you think it's not going to be the Republicans. If you think somebody should come off and replace it with somebody else, then say, I think we should replace Amaranth with this person. But I don't care if you're like, I don't think it's going to be this person. Give something productive. Say, I think you should replace Destiny with a freaking, I don't know, Batman or whatever. I'd be like, okay, then we can talk about that. But you just saying, I don't think it's going to be Amaranth. What does that do for the entire situation? What does that do? It doesn't make sense. Gosh darn it. Asmon, Ethan Klein, iDubbbz, Destiny, Amaranth. I spelled Amaranth wrong, but I don't know how to spell it. Trump, Elon, Republican, Sam Hyde, Mr. Beast, Hassan, other. Jeez Louise. Prediction. It is in 30 minutes. Where else might be going to? Too late. It's already there. It's already rocking. It's already rocking. It's already there. Oh, Jesus Louise. That makes things so difficult. Anyway, we don't even know when it's going to come out. We don't even know when it's going to come out. So, we're going to start with the North Star Radio video, and then we'll get into the Nicholas D'Oreo video.
All right, in 2017, Ethan and Neela Klein helped set a precedent for fair use on YouTube.
Then, in a fantastic quickie update, we have to talk about H3
Phil? This is the Phil I remember.
H3 Productions. Then, of course, Ethan and Hila Klein, we've talked about them on the show multiple times. One of the big reasons is they were being sued. It was this really disgusting situation where they were being sued by another YouTuber for copyright infringement. That YouTuber, who we won't even mention their name, was not a fan of the videos H3 Productions was putting out on them.
You've been lied to. Most of what you've read and heard about the lawsuit has been full of lies and misinformation.
After being sued by a man known as Bold Guy over a video where they poked fun at his bizarre parkour style.
W. Hippie raid? That didn't say hippie. That says grow grund. So you're a liar, Cybes. But grow grund, whoever you are, thank you for the raid. Never heard of you before, but you know, much appreciated. It's me. Who are you?
Pickup content. The Kleins won a landmark case.
Yes! We won the court case! Yes!
I never thought we'd be making this video.
It was a genuine David vs. Goliath moment. Two relatively small creators crowdsourcing legal funds from their own audience and standing up against an expensive, censorious lawsuit.
I swear to God, it felt like this would never happen. It was a year and a half we were waiting for this. And I'll tell you what, through all the grief, all the drama, man, now I'm so happy we did it. Because this is a landmark case, not just for us. But seriously, the wording that the judge put into the opinion is going to strengthen fair use across YouTube.
But as Ethan's platform grew, launching a podcast that same year and eventually reaching a level of fame and wealth far beyond what most creators ever see, his attitude shifted. Then came...
Okay, hear me out. Ethan Klein falling into so much more success and notoriety because he got sued kind of reminds me of Olivia Juliana, for those of you who know like Olivia Juliana's story, who fell into a lot of success because she was fat shamed by the pedophile guy, Matt Gaetz. You know what I mean? And then taking like a right-wing heel turn as well. So pretty similar stories. It's almost like if you like don't hold any principles and you fall into a lot of fame really fast, you know, you're gonna end up, you know, backing out on your morals. That's Friday. He complained that Aiden is getting unbanned, but not Destiny. No, he didn't. Stop. No, he didn't. He didn't do that.
October 2023, when Ethan's public image took a nosedive, he began parroting pro-Israel talking points.
Also, okay, so current predictions, 70,000 points on Asmon. Can I pop this out? I don't know if I can. 70,000 points on Asmon. 250,000 points on Ethan Klein, 50,000 points on iDubbbz, 52,000 points on Destiny, 10,000 points on Mr. Beast, only 900 points on Hassan L, and 150,000 points on other. Got the 160K on Ethan.
Often referred to as Hasbara, to his overwhelmingly progressive pro-Israel talking points, often referred to as Hasbara, to his overwhelmingly progressive audience. Statements minimizing or excusing Israel's actions in Gaza flooded his content, all while he maintained the claim that he supported the Palestinian people.
So you have these terrorists that went and did this horrible attack.
Tajana was about CEO saying that he's giving Aiden another chance, but he goes off of how Destiny isn't unbanned. His best friend.
And they retreated back into Gaza. Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools.
But wouldn't Ethan, like, it is kind of funny for Ethan to say, like, oh, well, you unbanned Aiden Ross, but you still didn't unban Destiny? Instead of being like, Aiden Ross is an anti-Semite, so why are you unbanning Aiden Ross? Right? You would think somebody who cares about anti-Semitism on Twitch would care more about Aiden Ross being unbanned than trying to get Destiny unbanned, but keeping Aiden Ross on the platform. But we know he doesn't care, so.
They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
As his audience began to shrink and his professional relationships publicly unraveled.
It doesn't matter if Jews find it offensive, Ethan.
Doesn't matter if a minority group finds something anti-Semitic?
Yes, of course, because we're not talking about Jews at all.
I'm gonna put Charles and Chop on the beginning of the title. Boom. Boom. And I'll take this. This. I'll do this. This.
Oh, we're talking about Israel.
I'm gonna go find a group of black people say the Confederate flag isn't racist. I'm gonna go find.
Ethan, please
you
stop.
know,
No,
a
don't
bunch-
do that. Don't do that.
You're,
Don't
no,
do that.
you're being ridiculous. This
No,
point is
Ethan,
fucking
you're making a
absurd, bro.
conflation that
However
makes you look
many Jews you can
horrible.
put in a
Why don't
room
you
to
see
agree with
this?
Ethan grew increasingly hostile towards anyone who dared to criticize his framing of Israel's actions, framing many view as bad faith and morally bankrupt. And when Noah Samson released a video labeling Ethan as one of the several YouTubers who backed a genocide, Ethan didn't respond with introspection. Instead, he morphed into the very figure he once feared. Lawyered up, thousands of dollars deep, sending Noah an embarrassingly weak cease and desist letter, in a move that screams desperation more than defamation. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock
That was a chat where Ethan called me racist.
exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio.
I've been called racist before. Asman said I wanted white genocide. That was pretty funny.
Noah Samson's video, the YouTubers that backed a genocide, is the entire reason Ethan decided to spend thousands of dollars.
Also, just to be clear, I have not watched this video yet, but I am the top comment. Cause I was like, let me just leave a comment here, cause you know, farm a little bit of likes. Noah's trying to step in on my territory though. So make sure you like my comment and don't like Noah's comment.
To get his lawyers to write up a cease and desist letter, and the title alone was enough to send certain people into a spiral, Ethan included.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny in his...
Was that you? Are you the person who said that under the comment? Cause you just know you make me mad. I was laying in my bed and I got a notification and it made me mad. I hate it when Ludwig is right.
in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who backed the genocide. Now, the only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said, I think.
And if he knows Destiny did this, why does he want Destiny to be unbanned on Twitch? Somebody who's pro-Palestinian. Destiny said that he wants or thinks that Palestinians should be genocided. Why does he want this person unbanned on Twitch? One must ask and one must wonder, you know?
And during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. But this is fucking disgusting. And I'm not okay living in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it.
But if you actually watch the video, and I mean actually watch it, not skim the thumbnail and start crying, you'll find that it's one of the most straightforward, well-researched pieces of content on...
to Noah Samson about his exit family as rapists. I can't believe they did it. Oh, he's gonna get into this, I believe.
This subject currently on YouTube. Noah goes creator by creator, dissecting their content, their rhetoric, and most importantly, the role they've played in sanitizing and justifying
the class action lawsuit against Ethan from Betta Panada and Ryan Kavanaugh. No, that's stupid. Like, okay, we need to have a serious conversation that like Betta Panada is not trying to be productive here. He's trolling. That's it, and that's all. He's not serious. He's not a serious like. I'm gonna like do a class. He's trolling. He's not doing a class action lawsuit against Ethan. He's not. He's saying whatever he can and cannot, or he can and could, or can and will say to like get under Ethan's skin. Like, he's not a serious like. He's not a serious, you know. Not saying he's not a serious person. Like he has good critique of Ethan from a like an anti-Zionist perspective, but like he'll just say stuff, you know. With no rhyme or reason, just to like, it's literally like, does this or can this get under Ethan Klein's skin? Yes or no? Not necessarily. No, I think you're incorrect. I think he has good critique of Ethan from an anti-Zionist perspective. I think he like in the video that he does on his channel, I think he does a good breakdown of Ethan. If Ethan specifically, maybe yeah, that's what I said. Like you're getting mad at something that you think that I'm not saying. Not of Brendan Hassan. Again, you're getting mad at something that I'm not saying. Cybeast. You have to listen to what I'm saying. You're doing the same thing that like Bad Banana defenders are doing. You're operating under the assumption of your own personal biases instead of addressing the point that I'm making. I said very clearly that Bad Banana has a good critique of Ethan Klein's anti-Zionism, or from an anti-Zionist perspective. That's literally what I said. Y'all gotta put your own preconceived notions about the things that I say aside and listen to my points before popping off on the hinges. Pro or against, because people who are pro Bad Banana and against Bad Banana both do the same thing.
Israel's war crimes in Gaza. When it comes to Ethan, Noah doesn't reach, doesn't speculate, and doesn't twist words. He shows you exactly what Ethan said, plays the clip in context, and then follows it up with analysis. That's it. No
Bad Banana only takes is only productive in the situation if he takes up all of Ethan's time and money in lawsuits. As of now, it's nonstop aggressive trolling. He's not gonna take up Ethan's time with lawsuits. He's not gonna do it. It's just not gonna be the case. Right? He'll be like, Ethan, I'm coming to your house, and he'll post like pictures of like airports or whatever, but he's not going to Ethan's house. You know what I mean? It's troll. Like I'm agreeing. I know. I'm just adding to what you're saying. Right? It's full troll.
Plays the clip in context and then follows it up with analysis. That's it. No smear, no hit piece, no secret agenda. Just a call.
Probably, I don't know. I mean, sure. Right? My issue is when people come in here and expect me to like engage with like a very obvious troll. You know? Did you see what Bad Banana posted? Did you see this thing Bad Banana did? And it's a very clear and obvious troll. Or people taking the troll that he's doing like to heart and acting as if it's completely serious. You know? Like that's my issue. It's just like, I think Bad Banana does good critique of Ethan from an anti-Zionist perspective, right? But when I'm trying to do my own critique, people are like, did you see what this Bad Banana's, Instagram story about Ethan Klein's tattoo or whatever? I'm just like, what does this add to like my discussion? So you can engage with that, you can like that, and that's totally fine, right? But like expecting like Hassan to like get into the weeds of like what Bad Banana is trolling about today is kind of weird, you know? But that's my idea. Or that's my perspective, at least.
Calm, methodical breakdown of Ethan Klein's output over the past year and a half. Honestly, most of the video isn't even about Ethan. He's a small piece of a much larger critique. The title and thumbnail may be
yeah, I think he probably agreed with that as well, right? He's trying to provoke a reaction from Ethan, right? He stirs shit. That's what he does. And again, that's fine. I don't have a problem with doing that. Right? I think it's funny. I think it's fun to laugh at. You know? It's fun to assume how scared Ethan Klein is of Bad Banana. Like that's you can engage with that. Right? But just like, in wider context, understanding that what he's trying to do. And people thinking that that's like the height of like, of activism is kind of the problem. Because like Bad Banana has done like the reading, but like Twitch chatters and Reddit posters have not done the reading. And so if they think that like they get to do what Bad Banana does, and that's like the height of their their like anti-Zionism, then it's not like that's kind of like a little bit of an issue. They need to actually do the reading. They have to actually or engage with anti-Zionist rhetoric. They have to unlearn the Zionism within their family members, right? Their friends, and they can't just troll their friends out of their Zionism. Bad Banana can do it to Ethan because Ethan is a public figure. Bad Banana is a public figure, and we can engage with that as entertainment, but like not taking that as like a lesson of how to deal with Zionism in your own personal lives, right? Is important. So take what Bad Banana says in like the historical context that he adds and apply that to teaching people in your real life about what Zionism is, as opposed to like taking the trolling part of it and be like, I'm going to do that to my friends as well. You know what I mean? That's what my take is. And we're going to move on off of Bad Banana because it's not particularly relevant. But that's my take.
Evocative, but the substance of the video is really about how the broader media ecosystem, including YouTubers, has contributed to the normalization of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Ethan just happens to be one of the more visible examples.
The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. If the Times weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, "Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed by Israeli officials." Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon's ceasefire appears to hold despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire did not hold. Israel violated it. It's just absurd.
In his video, Noah highlights how Ethan has echoed state narratives, like Hamas using human shields, hiding under hospitals, and dressing as civilians.
In the content nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda.
Noah further emphasizes the impact of such rhetoric.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over.
Man, the content nuke was kind of garbage. Like, can we talk about that? Well, to be fair, we all talk about that. But it was garbage. I want to make a tweet that I'm live as well. I need a blast off tweet. Do I have a blast off meme? Should I use the Pillsbury Doughboy picture as well? Tweet. We are live. What part of the content is that it wasn't even funny? Yeah, it wasn't even funny. Cause I can use the Pillsbury Doughboy picture again. I'm not above it. Where's it at? I don't have it saved. Okay. Here, I can do this. He's made 2 videos since this video. Every day makes like freaking hour-long videos. I didn't jump on this grift. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Stick with me, chat. Delete. I could use a high resolution picture. Okay, I just want this picture. Wait, efap.me, bro. What? Okay, what is? Okay, what? Okay, let me not. Let me. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay. Okay. Hold. Oh, not that. Hold. Can I wait? Okay, wait. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm dumb. I needed to do that for this. I'm gonna take the cool hat too. Okay. Hold. Also, is anybody else's Spotify down, by the way? There we go. Boom. Wait, I missed the logo. Yeah, apparently. It's rough. Eh, 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 eh. Hmm. Graphic design is my passion. We are allowed talking about Northstar Radio's video on Ethan Klein, Doughboy's video on me, Content Cop later today. Get in now. Twitter TV / on the bike. As a graphic design student, I approve of this. Thank you. When do we find out about the Content Cop, or do we not know about yet? What do you mean, like about when it comes out or who it's on? Who it's on? When it comes out, and I don't know when that is. So, is there a reveal? I'm sure Chatter's gonna come in here spamming and being like, "It's out! It's out! It's out! The Content Cop is out! It's on this person or whatever." Could have the ball caps is gonna try to cut off circulation for hair growth if it's gonna be Nicholas. Yes, to clarify, Chris, the answer was the same either way. I mean, yeah, I didn't think about it. Regardless, yeah. And honestly, it might not even come out while I'm live. It's kind of the problem. Hey, only American language. Speak American.
none of it
Honestly,
is
if it comes out after I end stream, then I'll end the prediction and you'll still get your points regardless.
Capitalist every single day, Shank.
Server stream content clout watch. I actually don't know if I can do that. I have a meeting later today.
TV just subscribed.
Let me check what am I meeting?
24 hours stream content cop.
I have a
watch
meeting at
LHN.
12. So honestly, this might be a moment where I can like tell them that I just can't make the meeting because like I'm sorry, content cop is gonna come out, so I can't make a meeting. So an hour or 4 hours? 4 hours. But chat, the prediction ends in 3 minutes. If you have not done your prediction, do your prediction. Number 1 is Asmon. Who is the content cop on? Number 1 is Asmon. Number 2 is Ethan Klein. Number 3 is iDubbbz. Number 4 is Destiny. Number 5 is Amaranth. Number 6 is Trump, Elon, Republicans. Number 7 is Sam Hyde. Number 8 is Mr. Beast. Number 9 is Hassan. And number 10 is Other. LA changed you? True. No, my taxes changed me, which is why you should subscribe to me at the top of the hour, right? Because at the top of the hour, there is going to be a 3-minute ad break, every ad break, because gosh diggly darn it, you don't know how much money I had to pay yesterday in taxes. And I need to make that money back. So go ahead and slide me a subscription. Go ahead and slide me a little Prime sub. It's free, chat. It's a free Prime sub, or it's $6 a month if you don't have a Prime sub. But if your Prime sub comes up, just know that you can't use it anywhere else. You have to use it here, right? Twitch has coded it, hard coded it in the website. I know, I saw the source code, that if you do a Prime subscription anywhere else, it won't work. You have to do it here. Don't even try it because it won't even work. You have to give me your Prime subs. W2 reveal, please. Well, I only have a W2 for my real job. Twitch doesn't give me a W2. It gives me a 1099. Good tag fire to subscribe to Sean, as you should.
Just subscribed.
As you should. You paying more taxes mean you made more money than before? No. I mean, yeah. I made essentially $0 2023 on streaming. Right? And so I got a return last year. But 2024, I made a lot more money. And so I had to pay pay taxes. The King Rexitron, the King Rexitron, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. And Ugly Rat TV, thank you for the Prime as well. W, 2 people are now paying my taxes for next year, technically. I don't know what this is.
Factor how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue, I think,
actually using a Prime sub actually takes money out of Twitch's pocket and Amazon's pocket. Because they have to pay me, and you're not paying any money to them for it. And you're already using Amazon Prime, because obviously you are. So it's basically free money for me, and it costs nothing for you. Prediction locked. Now we wait.
Is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
It's like a 10K is kind of crazy. That's kind of brazy.
And I've been a stalwart.
Might support reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan
I'm running some water, chat, and I want to get it. Actually, a Pillsbury, gosh darn toast strudel. So I'll be right back.
to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist might put off the average liberal with extremist claims and overtly genocidal language. A liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult.
And let's be clear, nothing in Noah's video is defamatory. He lays out a series of facts. Ethan said this, Ethan platformed that, Ethan pushes this narrative. Then he gives his opinion, which is also protected speech. When you repeat propaganda that justifies and excuses the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, you are backing a genocide. That's not slander. That's a morally and politically grounded conclusion. And yes, we'll get into the legal side of things, specifically how this fits the definition of a slap lawsuit and what that means for Noah later in this video. Ethan isn't mad because Noah lied. He's mad because Noah told the truth in a way that people actually listen to. The video doesn't need theatrics.
Also, I want to point out how only like 3 of you liked my tweet. It almost sounds like racism a little bit. Just want to point that out. But whatever, it's fine.
Doesn't rely on personal being a morally ending of protect Ethan platform that Ethan pushes this narrative. Then he gives his opinion, which is also protected with
empathy. Overtly genocidal language. A liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people.
Oh right, I should probably post it on Blue Sky. That's where all y'all at, freaking liberals.
Into a death cult.
And let's be clear, nothing in Noah's video is defamatory. He lays out a series of facts. Ethan said this, Ethan platformed that, Ethan pushes this narrative. Then he gives his opinion, which is also protected speech. When you repeat propaganda that justifies and excuses the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, you are backing a genocide. That's not slander. That's a morally and politically grounded conclusion. And yes, we'll get into the legal side of things, specifically how this fits the definition of a slap lawsuit and what that means for Noah later in this video. Ethan isn't mad because Noah lied. He's mad because Noah told the truth in a way that people actually listen to. The video doesn't need theatrics, doesn't rely on personal attacks, and doesn't even dwell on Ethan all that much. It just lays it out, bluntly, clearly, and in a way that makes it really hard to deny what you're watching, which is probably why it hit Ethan so hard, because the truth, when presented plainly, cuts deeper than any insult ever could.
When did I get 3,000 followers on Blue Sky? I posted like twice.
So beyond the cease and desist letter, what was Ethan's initial reaction to this video? What was his explanation for wanting to sue Noah Samsen in the first place? Well, on March 11th, Ethan made his first statement on, you guessed it, Instagram stories. God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hassan, and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. He then goes on to deny the claim on his following H3 podcast episode, very likely having not even watched the video beforehand.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who backed the genocide. Now, the only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny. because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said,
oh, sorry, I was muted. Anyway, I said there's 400 of you in here basically, and I should have a total of at least 300 likes and retweets on Blue Sky and on Twitter. So like, if you're not on Blue Sky, you're on Twitter, and if you're not on Twitter, you're on Blue Sky, and if you're not on either, you're a freaking liar, okay? You're a freaking liar. So go to my Blue Sky and retweet my tweet, and then go to my Twitter and then retweet my tweet. Have you considered writing better tweets? Have you considered not being so stupid and a loser? Exactly. Oh, my Pop-Tart. My toaster is done. I'll be back.
I think, and during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. So if you're talking about defamation, that's like an easy out, right? For legally speaking. But this is fucking disgusting, and I'm not okay living in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most, I mean, can you say something more fucked up about somebody than that?
Great video, give it a watch. From Hassan Piker. Great video.
Yeah, Hassan restoried a great video. Give it a watch. It's funny because on one hand, everyone was trying to give him credit, like, oh yeah, I'm against CP.
Did Ethan even watch the video? No. Ethan did not watch the video. He never watches the videos.
Turkey Tom and Destiny in a thumbnail said the YouTubers who backed the genocide. Now, the only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said, I think, and during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. So if you're talking about defamation, that's like an easy out, right? For legally speaking. But this is fucking disgusting, and I'm not okay living in this world where these
also I hate this idea that like because you've been sued and because your lawyers have won, now you are now the expert in what is and is not defamation. Ethan's not a lawyer. He didn't go to law school. And he does the exact same behavior that he claims Noah is doing. But he claims that when he's does it, it's not defamation. But when Noah does it, it is defamation. I mean, so a lot is not a mark of expertise. Exactly. And he just lost the case. Well, to be fair, he also like a anti-slap decision that he can technically appeal.
And punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most, I mean, can you say something more fucked up about somebody than that?
Yes.
Great video, give it a
You can. You can say things that are crazier about somebody. Right?
watch from
He
Hassan
lost the
Piker.
appeal?
Great.
Wait, did he lose the appeal? I thought he can appeal. Actually, don't know.
Video.
Yeah, Hassan restoried a great video. Give it a watch. It's funny because on one hand, everyone was trying to give him credit, like, oh yeah, I'm against CPS. Don't call that. That's crazy, obviously, which I agree with. And I was like, good, thank you. But at the same exact time, he's restoring a video entitled "The YouTubers Back to Genocide" with a picture of me. And
like, oh, you were against people calling CPS on me? Well, you're pro people being mean to me in other ways. So you're a hypocrite, I guess. Thanks, Ethan.
contributing directly to the environment in which people think it's acceptable to call CPS.
Yeah.
What? That's like, again, that's like Drake being like, oh, Kendrick Lamar making a video or making a song calling me a pedophile. Like, you know, it caused people to come to my house and try to murder me. So therefore, he's a hypocrite if he wants people not to murder me. But he made this song anyway.
And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit, this little scumbag.
When did we ever back a genocide?
We? Is she speaking French? She's not in the thumbnail. Nothing that was shown so far is talking about Hila. Why did she think, when she saw the words back a genocide, that this applies to her? One must ask. One must wonder. She said, it said YouTuber that backs a genocide, and she was like, I've never backed a genocide. Who said we were talking about you? That's like me making a video that says YouTubers who are pedophiles, right? And Keemstar is like, how dare you call me a pedophile? I never called you a pedophile, but the fact that you spoke up now leads to extra questions. Now leads to a few other things. I'm just saying. Now, if the shoe fits, Cinderella style.
Apparently, Ethan's attorney did find grounds for defamation, or at least saw a decent opportunity to charge him a few grand, writing up a cease and desist letter, and Ethan going on to title his next podcast episode, Noah Samson is Screwed.
I don't know how many of you know who this guy Noah Samson is. He's a bread tuber, a lefty. I mean, he's like a revolutionary who's just waiting for someone else to call.
I don't think Noah has ever called himself like a revolutionary. I think what Chatter said that like Pillsbury Doughboy said about me, right? That I'm like a tanky. Like I don't know. Didn't think that I had any tanky tendencies, but like, hey, maybe he knows something about me that I don't.
Start the revolution so he can talk about it, make a bunch of money.
Oh, nice.
But he made now 2 videos calling me a genocide supporter, provided 0 evidence, and well, I'm gonna get into some of it, not too much. I know he wants me to respond to every point in his video, which I will do in a much more formal setting.
Oh, what do you mean by that? Some sort of symposium?
No, he said, well, he started his second video by saying Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh. Wait.
I'm literally going to sue you for defamation.
No, he just said he hasn't watched the video, chat. It's not about you can tell he hasn't watched. No. He has said that, like, essentially I have not watched the video. Right? And he's being like, oh, you want me to respond to every point, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to sue you. Like, that's an admission that he has not seen the video. And that he's just going to be like, he just saw somebody himself be called a genocide supporter or YouTuber that backs a genocide. And then saw his face in the thumbnail. And he's like, I want to sue this person.
Oh, boy.
And I can't wait for you. You know, you can do your cute little videos and all that kinds of business on your YouTube channel. But when it comes to, I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I and Mudahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
Before diving into the video itself, which he never actually does, Ethan makes a couple hilarious statements. The first thing he does is double down. Again, on justifying the bombing of hospitals by saying Hamas was hiding in them, which ironically is literally the kind of rhetoric.
You think Noah will file an anti-slap against Ethan, even if he has a grounds for it? I'm not a lawyer. Ask a lawyer.
Noah pointed out in his video. The same video Ethan's threatening to sue him over.
Who's badass?
I mean, listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them, and putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals.
He then goes on to say that Hamas was keeping hostages in hospitals, which, yeah, no shit. There's a genocide happening. Of course, they're gonna need medical care if they're being kept alive for leverage. That's not some big gotcha, that's just logistics. If anything, it's a pretty solid reason not to bomb hospitals. But somehow, Ethan thinks this actually justifies the bombings. Like he's arguing against his own point and doesn't even realize it.
They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated. They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too. It seems like a lot of.
Like, and he never follows the logical through line. Therefore, we should keep bombing the hospitals. Like, he'll never say that like directly. But that's what the implication is, right? He said they're keeping hostages under hospitals. Therefore, we should keep bombing the hospitals. Therefore, we should blow up every hospital. Or therefore, Israel is justified for blowing up the hospitals.
Of them were ran through hospitals.
What's especially telling is how little Ethan actually engages with the substance of Noah's video. Like he never even watches it on stream, not a single second. For someone being allegedly defamed, you'd think he'd take the opportunity to go point by point, refuting what was said, but he doesn't, probably because he can't. The video is just too airtight, too rooted in his own words and actions. Instead, Ethan pulls up a different video of Noah's with the preface, "Here he explains why he thinks I support genocide," skipping all the way past the first 51 minutes of the video. And this isn't even the initial video Ethan is suing Noah over. He's completely avoiding any accountability.
Here he explains why he thinks I support genocide. Let's take a look.
The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't
Here with his evidence.
agree with genocide,
That's
of
good.
course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide.
Yeah, bro, and again, your simplistic, moronic take on all this is the problem.
Noah is correct in this analysis, and it's a pretty simple take. Liberals see this conflict and passively support it by fence-sitting. Genocide is bad, but so is hijacking ships. Ethan even continues to lie about the ship's connection to the state of Israel, claiming that it has nothing to do with Israel when it's literally owned by an Israeli. The Houthis aren't just out here attacking random cargo ships for fun. It does look fun, but they know exactly what they're targeting. The Houthis even stopped attacking ships during the ceasefire, and according to international law, when a genocide is happening anywhere in the world, states are legally obligated to do whatever they can to stop the genocide. The Houthis are ethically acting to stop the genocide in Gaza.
The Houthis aren't doing shit. They're taking over vessels that are completely unrelated to Israel. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. You know?
The U.S.
Which is the question, and this is the problem, like Ethan would never talk to anybody. The question you then ask Ethan is like, okay, even if that was true, if they were to only target ships that were going to and were funding the genocide, would you have a problem with it? Because the answer would be yes. The answer would be yes. Ethan would then still have a problem with it if that was the case as well. Right? 200% claim ship, the Houthis are base section. And Carmen Casey understands that. And so he put it in this video so that he can, because he thinks he can defend it, right? Essentially.
What else did he say?
Hijacking ships, terrorists, good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says.
Because like I think the goal was to goad Ethan into clipping that section, to then, you know, be like, well, Ethan, are you arguing against international law? I think, I don't know.
But so are terrorists.
Also, Ethan doesn't watch these videos anyway. It's gonna be like a Destiny orbiter or something.
Imagine, what a crazy opinion.
You're nuts, dude.
Yo, get a load of this genocide
You are actually
supporter.
fucking unhinged.
Genocide is bad. I don't agree.
Back.
Or terrorists.
Also, yes, Dan also sucks.
Imagine, what a
government.
What else did he say?
Hijacking ships, terrorists, good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide.
Imagine, what a crazy opinion.
You're nuts, dude.
Yo, get a load of this genocide
You are actually
supporter.
fucking unhinged.
Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against.
Yeah, when you're yes, it is.
But okay, he's so stupid. He's so stupid. Like, this doesn't make you like the correct person, right? You're a centrist. You are a centrist. You're doing the left wing is just as bad as the right wing thing, and it's not true. He's saying this to like describe how you are incorrect, right? Because genocide is not just bad, it's worse than sinking ships. It is, objectively. It is worse. And so if you think they are the equal levels of bad, you're incorrect. You're wrong. You're incorrect.
I'll say it.
Well, and he goes on to say because it's against the law. No, not necessarily because, like, inherently because it's against the law, because
it's dumb.
They kidnapped and took hostages a bunch of innocent people, man.
Yeah. Oh, so does Israel. And they take more hostages than both the Houthis and Hamas took combined. There's a reason why the like prisoner swaps, when they happened, right, were so overwhelmingly skewed to releasing more Palestinians than they did like Israeli hostages.
And like
that's the
cargo that had nothing to do with Israel. It
Like
was
that's what it's so stupid. And centrists are so stupid, including Dan. He's stupid. He's dumb. He's stupid. You can't look at well, yeah, I think Israel killing Palestinian civilians is bad, but I also think that Hamas killing Israeli civilians is bad. Killing all civilians are bad. Because if you truly believed that, you would be spending 12,000 times longer condemning Israel because they've killed 12,000 times more people. If you truly thought that killing civilians is bad, right? You would say, yeah, Hamas killing 12,000 Israelis on October 3rd, or sorry, October 7th, geez Louise, I can't remember. October 7th, 2023, right? Yeah, that's bad. But then you would address Israel killing, hundreds of thousands of people since then. But for some reason, right? For some reason, genocide defenders tend to not condemn that. It's fake moral righteousness. The real morality of the situation is the Houthis are taking power to stop Israel causing the worst problems. But I get a sign if Israel had is ever gone and the Houthis in Iran are going to take over the whole region. Are they stupid or willfully ignorant? I really can't tell anymore. Dan knows better. So does Ethan. They're bad people. They are operating under the assumption that Noah is a terrorist supporting evil tanky, and so that they can twist his words in their brain to mean whatever or not mean whatever they want. Therefore justifying it to themselves to have these stupid positions. That's it. They're not stupid or willfully ignorant. They're white. I think that's reductive. While they are white, they are also stupid and willfully ignorant. And evil. If you decide someone is your ideological enemy, you don't have to have any ideological basis in which you argue with them. You will just defame them. Yeah.
For Italy from India or some shit like that.
Instead of actually engaging with the allegedly defamatory video, towards the end of the episode, Ethan and his producer Dan shift gears into something way slimier. They start insinuating that Noah might be a sexual predator.
Also, if I was Noah, I wouldn't get into the whole rape denial lane.
Oh, he straight up is all in it.
Interesting.
History.
Some information to tell you, but after the show.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
About him?
Yep.
Oh, about the Cody Code?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing that you know about yet. It's interesting how many people come out of the woodwork. Noah.
We'll get to that.
Exes, you know.
Oof. Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show.
Like, again, as I said before, I'm not a lawyer, but like, if there was anything that could be in this entire situation considered defamation, it's this, right? They could probably try to pull like, oh, we never said that he was a rapist, right? Oh, we never said that he was a sexual predator, right? But like in front of a very large audience, definitely insinuating that like Noah Samsen was a sexual predator without any evidence, to only then being proven incorrect the next episode. If anything, if any of this is going to go to court, which I don't think it will, but if any of this is to go to court for defamation, then this would be the thing. Not them being all being super happy about it, because like it's their ideological enemy. Their ideological enemy is a alleged rapist. Like, oh yes, yeah. I knew this guy was bad. We're trying to take him down, but we have more dirt on him that we can lay out and take him down because he called us a genocide supporters. Yeah, let's do it. I'm so happy about that. That's what it is. Right. Also coming from, the same podcast that talked about Destiny for 15 minutes and did not bring up his allegations again. So just for that context, by the way, they did an entire episode bringing Noah's ex on where she essentially refutes the points that like Dan was insinuating here. But like they could spare only 15 minutes going through the Destiny allegations. Very interesting. And Ethan is still pushing for him to be unbanned, apparently. Very interesting. Somebody who allegedly cares about sexual assault and victims. Where there's currently a court case going on right now with Destiny. And they are pushing for him to be unbanned on the platform. I don't know. Just pretty interesting. Pretty interesting indeed.
Okay, we're not going to jump into this, right?
Exactly. I want to do
What's
due
today?
diligence and everything,
Today's
but
Wednesday.
upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
Oh my God, you guys, don't miss Friday's show. So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but his standard is that unless you can do a rape kit that shows then it didn't happen for sure. And if you say it did, you're a lying propagandist, genocide supporter.
Mm-hmm.
What they're actually talking about is a situation where Noah had a miscommunication with someone he was hooking up with. Something that involved no assault, no violence, just an awkward misunderstanding about whether other partners were involved. That's it. So instead of defending himself with facts, Ethan deflects with character assassination. Ironically, the very thing he claims he's the victim of.
Now again, just to make it clear, because people get very,
Yes.
people like to take things and run with it. So he's a rape. So of course his standard, I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Samsen, as far as I know, is not a rapist. He, our relationship that we had was mostly consensual, obviously, other than the fact that I didn't know other people.
Yeah.
So I want to make that very clear that is not, I'm not making any allegations against him. I just want people to know that, people can portray themselves one way online, and that's not who they are.
All right, let's dive into the lawsuit because this is where things get.
So why did Dan bring it up when they're talking about rape? Good question.
Small_Toth just subscribed. Yo 3.
Small Toff, thank you for the 3-month resubscription. Are you named after like the Avatar Last Airbender Toff?
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Limbotrisi just subscribed.
That's right. Did you see the discourse about the live action Toph? Thing. Also, Limbo, thank you for the 23 months, almost 24, almost two years. Yes, rip. The headline seems like bait. I didn't read the articles. I don't know.
It really interesting. What Ethan is engaging in is called a slap suit, strategic lawsuit against public participation. When someone, usually with more money and influence, files a lawsuit not because they actually expect to win, but to
do Harry Potter.
Silence or intimidate their critic. It's not about justice, it's about shutting people up. California, where Ethan and Noah both live, has strong anti-slap protections in place in order to combat this sort of lawsuit. Here's how it works. 1. The speech has to be protected, meaning political commentary, criticism, media analysis, stuff that contributes to public discourse. Noah's video? That's textbook protected speech. 2. You respond with a motion to strike, basically telling the court this is a silencing tactic. You have 30 days after being served to file it. 3. You then have to convince the judge that your speech qualifies for protection. In Noah's case, he's criticizing a public figure, using public content and making political commentary based upon statements Ethan made publicly that Noah is commenting on based on his opinion. Ethan is backing Israel's genocide by saying X, Y, and Z. So yeah, it qualifies. 4. After that, the burden flips to the person suing. So Ethan and his lawyers would have to prove
for lawyer right if he gets to this lawsuit. Why would Hassan help pay for the lawyer? He doesn't need to. Right? Noah is a creator in his own right. He could crowdfund for it. Like, Hassan is not like the arbiter of the left. He doesn't have to like bankroll lawsuits against Ethan. No Hoskare. That is it's a. I think Mike said something like that, but not Hassan. Sounds like he would crowdfund if Noah goes through with it. Yeah, like Hassan's not gonna like personally bankroll the lawsuit. Is my point. And honestly, I don't think that he should like that should be an expectation of Hassan regardless, right? Like, I'm sure Hassan would boost and signal boost the crowdfunding thing.
they're likely to win the defamation case. Not just maybe. They need actual evidence, a strong case, and a real shot at success. The only way they could do this is arguing Noah's statements were made with malice and somehow he knew he was lying in the process. Which doesn't hold up because all Noah did was take Ethan's own words and argue that those words amount to support for genocide. That's not malice, that's media criticism. When the plaintiff is a public figure, they often have to prove damages, and although Ethan's channel has been losing subscribers and viewers, there's no way of putting the blame on Noah. At this point, Ethan's infamous for his takes on Israel's genocide, and that fallout was already well underway before Noah even dropped the video. 5. If they can't do that, the judge grants the motion and the case gets dismissed. And number 6, you get your legal fees covered. Not damages, not a payout, but your attorney fees get reimbursed. So you don't lose money just for defending your right to speak. It's a system designed to stop rich people from weaponizing lawsuits against people who say things they don't like. And honestly, it exists for exactly this kind of situation. So, what exactly are the allegedly defamatory statements Ethan's lawyers point to in the cease and desist? When I first read through the letter, I was genuinely surprised by how weak these examples are, even before getting into their reasoning. On their own, they barely hold any weight. There is actually one out-of-context clip in Noah's video that I fully expected to see called out in the letter, but it's not even mentioned. Instead, the lawyers go after solid, in-context claims about Ethan and try to argue that those somehow don't support Noah's point that Ethan backs a genocide, simply because Ethan said otherwise in a statement prior. The first supposedly defamatory statement, it's the title of the video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide. So right from the jump.
Also, it's important to note that like this doesn't mean if you're incorrect or wrong about something, you are now open up to a lawsuit. Because again, they have to prove intentional malice, that you intended to like damage Ethan's reputation by lying about him. They have to prove that you did have the information and you decided to ignore it, right? Like with Ethan and his loss for his anti-slap suit, right? We're for the Ryan Kavanaugh thing, where like Ryan Kavanaugh and his lawyers argued that Ethan Klein knew he was making false statements and continued to make the statements anyway, and that's how it was ruled.
Their defamation argument is on shaky ground. They try to treat the word backed as if it's the same thing as supported, which is debatable. Noah could have said support if that's what he meant, but he chose backed for a reason. It's a stronger, more specific word, and it leaves room for the idea that these creators might have unintentionally backed Israel's genocide through the narratives they pushed. Support, in my eyes, suggests they have outright stated that the genocide is good, while the word backed suggests some unintentionality. The second alleged defamatory statement is when Noah said this.
In the content nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda.
I will say this Jeff clip is so funny because like Hassan is such a bad Jeff. Honestly, Hassan is the average Jeff.
Type of what we just looked at in terms of
like bro just
manufacturing
threw
consent.
himself off the ledge. Sorry, okay, back to the video.
Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide.
They go on to basically argue that the quote mass rape hoax is not a hoax, citing several paragraphs from the UN report, such as, overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at the different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual assault occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the 7 October 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital
Somebody
mutilation.
was like, interesting you left out the CPS incident, like that had anything to do with Noah. Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Ethan, try to sue Noah for the CPS incident that happened before he dropped the video. Yeah, go for it.
Sexualized torture or
Which,
cruel inhuman.
speaking of which, apparently Ethan brought his kids on his live stream last week. Like uncensored, full face. Oh, on Monday? What is today? I don't even know what today is. Okay, Wednesday? Like, that's insane. Like, that's insane. Also, like, don't make comments about his kids, positive or negative. I don't care. I haven't seen it. I only saw like the censored screenshot, and I don't want to see what his kids look like. I don't care about his kids. But like, why would you do that when you just had CPS called on you? What? Literally, is this not exactly what I said?
Sean
Like a month ago?
She's my African princess.
Leave your personal life
_
off of
Lucia
your
just
broadcast.
subscribed. Morning, everyone.
You can't complain about your viewers or haters getting involved in your personal life when you are bringing your personal life on your podcast. Stop talking about your kids. Don't talk about your kids' health issues. Don't bring your kids on your stream and showing your face on your stream. What is wrong with you? It's insane.
Humane degrading treatment was also gathered. Okay, so one of the big claims Ethan's legal team
it doesn't make any sense to me.
Degrading treatment was also gathered. Okay, so one of the big claims Ethan's legal team hangs their hat on is the idea that Noah dismissed the Hamas mass rape narrative as a hoax. But here's the thing, the entire debate
Wait, but that's not
around-
even defamation though. How does that relate to the defamation claim? It doesn't. I'm confused.
On this isn't about whether rape took place. No one's denying that sexual violence could have occurred. What's in question is the claim that it was a coordinated military tactic
Also,
orchestrated
Evo Lutia, thank you for the 2-month resubscription with Prime. Chat, you know Prime is free, by the way. If you have an Amazon Prime account, connect to your Twitch account, you get a free subscription once a month, and you should use it on me because it only works on me and nobody else but me.
Hamas. That part, still unproven. Even the UN report, which they cite in the cease and desist letter, doesn't confirm that. In fact, it literally says the mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes that the overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. So while the letter tries to twist it into the UN report doesn't say Hamas didn't do it, the reality is the UN report also doesn't say Hamas did do it. It's inconclusive. The whole thing is very speculative. Even if Noah had called the entire thing a hoax, and let's say for argument's sake it wasn't, Ethan would still have to prove Noah knew it wasn't, and said it anyway with malice, which is basically impossible considering the UN's own language is vague at best. They say there's reason to believe sexual violence happened, but no clear evidence, and absolutely nothing tying it directly to Hamas as a governing force. So the legal argument here, paper thin. At the end of the section on the alleged second defamatory statement, Ethan's legal team makes a critical error in the comprehension of Noah's video. Immediately after the second defamatory statement, you cite materials that you claim support your assertion that the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify genocide. The materials you cited only discuss conflict-related sexual violence in general, and did not discuss Israel's actions in Gaza whatsoever. The source Noah cites to make that point is a White House fact sheet, and he's not using it for any reason other than to show that the US government helped spread the hoax. The fact sheet literally says the vice president hosted an event that included a partial screening of Screams Before Silence, a documentary entirely based around the Hamas mass rape narrative.
He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western media, the US government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed horrific acts.
She's so bad, bro. She's not like bad as in like bad, but she sucks. She's so horrible. Just disgustingly horrible.
Of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film.
Listen, I gotta make myself clear, okay? Let me be clear.
About what happened on October 7.
Ethan's lawyers completely miss the point here, and I'm honestly having trouble even understanding what they're trying to say. The materials you cite—
Oh, Spotify's back, by the way. Now I have to freaking re-download it because I uninstalled it thinking that my Spotify was broken.
It only discussed conflict-related sexual violence in general and did not discuss Israel's actions in Gaza whatsoever. Like, yeah, Noah never said they did. He's just showing that the government is spreading the Hamas mass rape hoax by showing this documentary at a White House event. Alright, the third alleged defamatory statement is when Noah said this.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies, about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, in order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis, it was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover.
Their entire argument here basically comes down to Noah not being thorough enough in explaining why Ethan's statements were false. So they start listing off things Ethan said about Hezbollah and the Houthis, claims that, according to them, Noah didn't disprove. One example they highlight is Ethan supposedly saying Hezbollah intervened in the Syrian civil war to aid the dictator Bashar al-Assad, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. That's the version in the cease and desist. But that's not what Ethan actually said. What he actually said was, Hezbollah participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians, which is just not true. The war led to around 500,000 deaths total, with civilian casualties estimated at about 200,000, and Hezbollah is nowhere near responsible for all of it.
They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000
9 months of description.
Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described
as a genocide.
His lawyers clearly know the original claim is indefensible, so they rewrite it, soften it, to sound more factually grounded. It's an intentional move to make the argument seem stronger than it actually is. And as far as I understand, Noah is not obligated to prove statements are false when they are quite clearly false. He didn't say every claim about Hezbollah was incorrect. He simply said Ethan spread overt misinformation about Hezbollah, which he did, as I just proved.
Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah.
Then they try to go after Noah for not debunking Ethan's claim that the Houthis are bringing back slavery, and instead just questioning the credibility of Ethan's source. That source being a newspaper owned by the Saudi royal family. You know, the same people actively committing genocide against the Houthis. All Noah even says is Ethan cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets. That's simply a fact, or at the very least, arguably true.
He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis.
Personally, if your sources are, quote, sources close to the group, or several local reports, without any direct quotation, that's a baseless claim. They also argue it's misleading to say the documentary Ethan cited wasn't about the Houthis because it came out in 2014, and technically the Houthis controlled some parts of Yemen as early as 2011.
He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis, it was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover.
But the point still stands. The documentary isn't about the Houthis. And what makes it even funnier is they admit this in their own letter. They write, the documentary focused on Yemen's overall culture of slavery and the deposed government's denial of its existence. Deposed being the key word. That means the previous government. So yeah, they kind of cooked themselves with that one. Alright, I'm gonna start going through these a bit quicker, because the alleged defamatory statements become weaker and weaker as you go down the list. The fourth alleged defamatory statement is when Noah said this.
He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine.
In much of this section, they go on to talk about Bad Empanada, and his explanation for the claim of Ethan's Nakba denialism, as Noah suggested that his audience watch Bad Empanada's video for more information.
In the case of liberal Zionists like Ethan Klein, using his weird personal Zionist crash out as a jumping off point to educate people about the ideology that he adheres to is a great use of time, I think. And Bad Empanada has done a fantastic job with that. His videos have reached pretty wide audiences and exposed them to the reality and history of the genocidal Zionist project. That's a really good thing. That's a really important thing that he's doing, and I think many of you can probably also help out with that.
Their main point is that nothing Ethan said denies or downplays the Nakba, which is wild considering he literally said that more Jews were displaced by the Nakba than Palestinians.
Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
And sure, on a surface level, that stat might check out if you completely ignore the context. Palestinians were expelled from their homes, while many Jews immigrated to Israel on their own volition. Countries were outright bribed by the Israeli state to send their Jewish population to Israel, like Yemen, for example. Yemeni children were subsequently stolen from their parents and given to Ashkenazi Jews in order to force assimilation. There are even examples of Israel staging terror attacks in other countries to scare Jews into migrating to Israel. So even if Ethan's statement is technically...
And this is actually something that like Dan told Ethan on their podcast. So maybe he should get his own crew member for defamation as well. By the way, you want to put that out.
True, it still downplays the Nakba by stripping it of all historical context and presenting it as some kind of equal exchange, which it wasn't. The fifth alleged defamatory statement is also about the UN report, when Noah said that it contradicted Ethan's own claims directly.
Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies.
Like I said previously, Noah's basically correct. The UN report never says Hamas committed mass rape. It never says they didn't commit mass rape. It more or less states it's inconclusive, with some information leading them to believe sexual sexual violence probably occurred. However, Ethan states with gusto that Hamas mass raped hundreds of Israelis, which was never proven by the UN report.
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
You can't say, I said this when I was watching the freaking content nuke as well. You can't just say obviously, bro. I hate that. I hate the appeal to common sense. When you're making these claims and when you're in a political argument or a debate, you have to prove those claims. You have to prove it. You can't just say, well, obviously they just murdered the people they raped. When like, you're like, well, there was mass rapes that happened. And they're like, here's a source. Like, your source does not say mass rapes happened. Well, obviously it's because they murdered the people after they were raped. So like obviously that's the case. Like, come on, dog.
Christine Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen.
Like, honestly, like, Hassan has a way better claim toward defamation than Ethan does. He's not going to sue for defamation, but like, Ethan Klein using that one clip of like, it doesn't matter if rapes happened, while knowing the full context and defending the full context to to his wife before even making the content nuke, very clearly malicious. Like, Ethan would not win, Hassan would win a defamation suit.
Each week, there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body. It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
Now, the sixth and final alleged defamatory statement is where things get interesting, because this alleged defamatory statement is regarding none other than Timothy Chalamet himself. Noah claims that Ethan smeared Timothy as a terrorist with zero credible evidence.
He spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence.
Ethan's lawyers claim in the letter that, quote, the nuke shows social media posts of al-Haddad admitted to being a Houthi terrorist and echoed the Houthis' genocidal rhetoric. Great writing in that statement. There's actually a handful of grammar and spelling mistakes throughout this entire letter. It's really quite profound. Okay, so Tim Houthi has social media posts admitting to being a Houthi terrorist. Let's see the social media posts in question.
Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? The meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Once again, this is totally up for interpretation and nowhere near definitive. But in the letter, they claim that the existence of a few social media posts somehow proves Noah knew the sixth defamatory statement was false, which is wild because whether those posts actually prove the guy's a Houthi terrorist is entirely subjective. Noah didn't find it convincing. I don't find it convincing. The guy never even says, I'm a Houthi. If anything, Ethan should be the one getting questioned for defamation here. He knew that Tim Houthi explicitly said in his interview with Hassan Piker that he's not a member of the Houthis, and still, Ethan kept pushing the claim that he was. That's not a misunderstanding, that's a smear.
I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all or just like simply a TikToker, you know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly. راشد حسن بدي يسألك انت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات يعني انت بتعتبر حالك من من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like, what were some experiences that he had that caused him to want to go?
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي وشو التجارب اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الاشي وإنه يكون جعبالك إنه تزور هاي السفن.
والله أنا أحب المغامرات وطبعا هذا كل لأجل فلسطين يعني وإن شاء الله في أشياء بتكون جديدة وأشياء مثيرة أكبر.
He says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine.
The letter ends with this. Our clients demand that you provide a retraction and correction of all the defamatory statements identified in this letter in compliance with California Civil Code Section 48A. This letter does not constitute a complete statement of all of our clients' rights, contentions, legal theories, or the facts in support thereof. Nothing stated herein is intended, nor shall it constitute a waiver or relinquishment of any of our clients' rights or remedies, whether legal or equitable, all of which are hereby expressly reserved. Sincerely, Ram Bar Nassim. Where have I heard that name before? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Noah's cooked. He's cooked. It's over. This is it.
I genuinely do not think this case is going anywhere. Ethan is a public figure with a large media platform.
He said he was suing Hassan, hasn't sued Hassan. Said he was suing Bad Up Banana, hasn't sued Bad Up Banana. Said he was suing Denims, hasn't sued Denims. Said he was suing Noah Samson and sent a cease and desist, has not yet sued Noah Samson. All he's done is lose his own lawsuit. Interesting.
Infamous across the internet for his takes on Israel long before Noah entered the picture. The core of Noah's video is political critique, built on public statements made by a public figure. The claims are backed by direct quotes, publicly available
with that specific deadline that was weeks ago and hasn't sued her yet.
Sources and
clear in El Salvador, by the way. Send link. Literally the only Democrat that's doing something, by the way. Also, did Maxwell Frost go with him? Wait, who is in the coalition?
Analysis. This is exactly the kind of case anti-SLAPP laws are designed to shut down. Because this was never really about defamation. It's about ego. It's about Ethan getting publicly called out in a way that actually stuck. And instead of taking accountability, he decided to try and bury it under legal threats. And that's the irony. Ethan made his name standing up for creators' rights, fighting off bogus lawsuits, and calling out hypocrisy in media. Now he's the one sending cease and desists to smaller creators, trying to silence valid criticism of things he said on his platform with his voice. Even if you don't agree with every word of Noah's video, the idea that it rises to the level of defamation is ridiculous. This is a desperate attempt to save face, not a real legal argument. So no, this probably won't hold up in court, but it already tells us everything we need to know about power, about accountability, and about what happens when someone who once claimed to stand for free speech decides that only applies when he's not the one being criticized. Thank you for watching North Star Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
It's over.
I live as a capitalist. Okay?
Hang up the coat.
Queen Bee Heart just subscribed.
Hang up the coat. Queen Bee Heart, thank you for the Prime. 3 months resubscription. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Chat, you know Prime is free. At the top of the hour, you're going to see an ad break regardless. So, might as well subscribe with Prime for free. It's free if you have a Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime account. I just realized the Rivals gameplay in the background was Hassan's stream. Yeah, it's Hassan's stream. Also, we're 75% of the way to the goal. Chat, you know I just paid my taxes yesterday and I lost a lot of money. So if you could just do me a solid, help me out, and just give me all the money you get from your tax returns, I would appreciate it. I would appreciate that. Let's see what Van Hollen is saying.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city. Looking forward
EJ
to meeting with the
_
team from
gifted
the
a
American
tier 1
Embassy.
sub to
And
Teresa.
I do want to thank
They have
our
given 2
Foreign
gift
Service
subs in the
officers
channel.
and the whole team at this embassy and embassies
I
around
live
the
like a
world
capitalist
for
every
all
single
the
day,
good
Jake.
work they do
I live as a
on
capitalist.
behalf of
But
America.
Mario, it's a W video.
Gift 100.
Also,
just
yeah, here's the link to the
subscribed.
video chat. Make
There
sure you
ya
give
go.
it a like. And make sure you like my comment on it and not Noah's comment. Because I currently have the most liked comment. Don't let Noah take this away from me. Right? It's 1.7K to 1.7K. Like my comment, not Noah's. Okay? You know what? Like my comment and dislike Noah's comment, actually. Do that one. Yeah. I would appreciate it if you did that. I also like the video too. It's a good video. It's a great video. Good video. Good video. My taxes in Sweden, they did everything for me. All I had to do was sign my taxes and they gave me $800 back. I did my American taxes. I had to pay $120 just to get nothing back. Listen, be happy you only have to pay $120. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Be happy it was only $120. You don't want to know how much I paid. EJ Akra, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Gift, thank you for the 2-month resubscription with Prime. There you go. Thank you for using your free Prime on me. Don't worry, it doesn't work anywhere else. You only can use your Primes here because it doesn't work anywhere
Fly
else.
just subscribed.
Boom. And Delia Fly, thank you for the Prime as well. Thank you for using your Prime on me as well because it doesn't work anywhere else and it only works here. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Have you considered not paying taxes? I cannot answer that question on a live stream. No. No, I have not. That consideration has never crossed my mind.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
Never crossed my mind.
I live when I believe.
Salty one. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you for the 12-month resubscription.
To pay Sean's taxes, Pog.
Companion clip the Sean's actually YouTube comment. What is this? Stop. Oh, right. This my comment was because you can't read it. I'm starting to think this Ethan Klein guy is not very nice. Moshi Toshi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. W, much appreciated. You're now my favorite chatter of the day. Chat, if you want to be my favorite chatter of the day, you now have to beat 5 subs. You can do it. It's possible. I don't have money. That's an L. I'm sorry. Yoshi commits tax fraud. So should you. True. I'm about to find 5 subs to beat up. Stop. Stop. I'm starting to think this guy kind of sucks, chat. True. That is my take. Stop. 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 I'm starting to think this guy kind of sucks, chat. I don't think this guy is very nice. I think this Ethan Klein guy is kind of not great. That's what I'll say. That's my take. Also, a hype train has started, chat. So go ahead and give me your bits. Go ahead and give me your subs. And go ahead and give me your gifts. Call it reparations. And I will continue to show. Because I realized, I said it yesterday, I realized I do not shill enough. I do not shill enough for gifts and bits and subs. So I will be now shilling extra hard. Do you accept Marvel Rival skins? Yes, I do. Ooh.
I did everything right and they indicted
Bass
me.
Boost. Bass Boost Wolf. Thank you for the 500 bits. Doing my part. W. Shout out you, chatter. Shout out you. We'll finish this video.
I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at
Bass
home.
like the fish.
in
Bass like the
State
fish.
Department.
That's what it be. Bass.
After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
Is he alive? We don't know.
Shiva 961
But this is actually
tier
like
1 sub to QT
actually a
Tweets.
good thing.
They have given 4
Honestly,
subs in the channel.
The only Democrat that is actually doing something to combat Trump's agenda, like legitimately. And it's only taken like what, like 60, 70, 80 days to get here. More members should have gone with him. True. He's consistently good on Palestine too. But yeah. So that was the North Star Radio video. I don't think the content cop is out. It's not. Which means we're going to go on to the second video of the day. And that is the ice abduction. Yeah, I saw this. A Guatemalan immigrant with no Massachusetts criminal record was arrested Monday on Talman Street after federal agents shattered the glass in his vehicle and he and his wife waited in the car for the lorry to arrive. This is the kind of scene you expect in Russia. Okay. Russia. Secretive arrest, shattered glass, no criminal records, just force, fear and force, and now it's happening on American soil. Like, I agree with this part, except for this, what you expect to happen in Russia. This is like peak America, by the way. I love showing things that are happening in America, that have happened in America, right? And being like, this is basically communist China, or this is basically communist Russia, actually. This is Banana Republic. And just like, no, this happened in America. This always happens in America. This literally happened to somebody like a few days ago. We have half a dozen high profile instances of this happening on American soil. A few days ago. This happened last year under the Biden administration. They were brutalizing student protesters. They were blackbacking people during the BLM protests too.
And they indicted me.
There were vans driving around, unmarked black vans driving around, kidnapping people and throwing them in vans. Which I still don't even know what happened to those people, honestly, now I think about it. But yeah. This is 100% a violation of your rights, by the way. This is the equivalent of cops breaking into your house through your window without a warrant. Right?
I can't reach it. It's up by her. Here you go.
No esperaron a que la abogada se presentara, que llegara acá con nosotros.
Not the guy they were looking for, by the way, if you look at the report of the quote that I sent. That's not surprising.
No, nosotros también tenemos derecho de... de estar acá y entonces lo que hicieron fue injustamente y se llevaron a mi esposo sin que la abogada esté presente.
Mi abogada viene en camino.
Like, he did what he's supposed to do. Keep the window up, say my lawyer's on the way, and then like, I just want to talk. Oh yeah, you just want to talk. You want to talk by breaking down his window and dragging them out the car. Sure, you just want to talk.
Pero hasta que venga mi abogada voy a hablar.
No pueden forzar la puerta, no pueden quebrarla.
No pueden hacer nada, como estoy grabando.
Okay, he drive off. They will shoot him. Cops have shot people for less.
Pero tiene una orden.
Usted tiene una orden de detención.
Tiene una orden.
Pero, disculpe, ¿tiene
Ask if they
una
have a
orden?
warrant.
¿Tienen una orden? ¿Me puede oír? Que si
And they won't answer if they have a warrant.
tienen una orden de detención.
They're not responding. Asking if they have a warrant, they're not responding.
Pues sí, una orden.
No.
And no, never lower the window. They want to lower the window so that they can reach into the car. I'm not going to pull you out. Don't lower the window. Do exactly what they're doing here. It won't save you, obviously, right? But do exactly what they're doing here. Do not lower the window. Do not, you talk to them through the window. You ask if they have a warrant. You ask to see the warrant. If you have a lawyer, you call the lawyer. You talk to the lawyer, right? They did everything that they're supposed to do here. And the cops still violated their rights, broke the window, and dragged them out the car.
Sí.
And they can't do that without a lawyer. Or not a lawyer, without a warrant. He does not have the right to open their car door without a warrant. They can't do it. Unless they are under arrest, which they have not demonstrated that they're under arrest. Right? They cannot.
Pero cuando está
Legally, but
presente
obviously the law doesn't matter.
mi abogado.
They purposely send non-Spanish speakers to Hispanic people so they can feign ignorance. No. They're speaking Spanish, chat. They are speaking Spanish. The ICE agents understand them, and they have people who are speaking Spanish back to them. Not this guy, right? But they have other people who were speaking Spanish to them earlier in the video.
Abogada.
I don't know if they're doing like, you know, like rudimentary Spanish, but like they were, you know, the ICE agents were saying something in Spanish back to him.
Lo van a quebrar.
Lo van a quebrar ya ahorita, dice. Ok, voy a grabar video por si acaso sucede. Ok, gracias.
Ah, bueno, que lo haga, puto. Déjalo ahí.
Like, isn't it time to drive off? Shatter. They will fucking shoot them. What are you talking about? If they're willing to break open the door and the glass to drag you out, they will kill you. Do you not know how the American police operate? They will shoot and kill them. They will say they were trying to hit us with their car, and they will shoot and kill them. They've shot people for less. This has happened. This has happened before. Somebody was stopped by the police, right? The police did not have a reason to stop them. They drove off. The police chased them, either drugged them out and beat them to death. That has happened before. Or shot at the vehicle while they were driving away. That's already the fucking slave camp. So you don't get to make this decision for people, chatter. You fucking can't do that. You can't say, just die. Fuck you, just die then. Why don't you just fucking die? Yeah, chatter, why don't they just fucking die? Why don't they just get themselves killed? Yeah. Yeah, why don't you give them a reason to actually arrest you or kill you? 100%, like, yeah. Chatter's like, why aren't you exercising your legal rights? They don't have a right to detain and stop you, so why don't you just drive away? They have no way they can actually stop you because you're legally in the right. When we're seeing people who are literally Nazis, who have shown themselves willing and able to flagrantly disregard the rule of law. They did not say or show they had a warrant. They did not say or show if they were under arrest. And they just broke into the car to drag them out. They're on the phone with the lawyer, and your response is like, yeah, just drive away and then get pursued and potentially murdered by like the Gestapo.
By her. I can't reach it. It's up by her.
There's a lawyer trying not to drive away too. Yeah, because it would just make the situation worse. Do you think they're going to get away from them? Like, genuinely, what do you think is going to happen when they drive away? What do you think is going to happen?
Nos sacaron forzadamente. A mí y a mi esposo. Me jalaron duro del carro. Nos jalaron. Y a mi esposo también lo trataron feo. Lo jalaron feo a él, a mí también.
Bueno, yo tengo que ver por mi cliente, tengo que ver cómo hago, más que seguro. Lo van a poner en un proceso en frente de la Corte de Inmigración, van a tener que pagar fianza para que le den de alta. El señor va a pasar unos días en la cárcel por la manera brutal en cual ellos lo trataron. Están actuando con impunidad y saben que ellos pueden hacer hasta romper un vidrio mientras personas están dentro del carro. Imagínate si hubiese habido niños en el carro. Es lo más vulgar, lo más brutal. Me da vergüenza este país, lo que se ha convertido. Es una pena.
This scene gets even worse when you read that ICE may not have had been going after the right guy, and that this and this man has full lawful status as a derivative beneficiary of his wife's asylum win. ICE hasn't provided any reason for why they arrested him or why he's detained. None. Like, insanity. Let's continue. new skins. That's a cool skin.
The Eye of Agamotto foresaw this. By the Eye of Agamotto! Leave me, darkness!
Outstanding power spots. Did you just have this ready?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
Feature style customization is here. You can change your favorite costumes color combos directly in the costumes tab starting April 17th. That's tomorrow. Choose a fresh palette for Plasma Pulse, Purple Phantom, and more. That's cool. Honestly, they're making all the correct decisions gameplay wise and like feature wise for it to stay relevant. They added gifting. They added because like Valorant still doesn't have a skin gifting system, by the way. I don't think. And people have been begging for that forever. Also, a replay system that Marvel Rivals launched with. Is this free goated? I don't see why it wouldn't be free. You still probably have to, you would still probably need to buy the skins themselves. And you may unlock different palettes with like the non-premium currency, but like who knows? All right. So we finished the North Star Radio's video. Let me make sure that I'm still ahead of Noah real quick. I am. W. Okay, I'm gonna take away my dislike from Noah's comment. Now we're gonna move on to this Pillsbury Doughboy video. Oh, Ethan Klein haters are insane. Oh, I'm tired.
It's coming up. By the way, I've seen people wondering where's my Hassan Part 2 video. I decided on our summer break that's coming up in June, I'll get another 2-week or 3-week break, and
is this dude that you did the Orbiter? Yeah.
Like the last one.
Okay, guys, stop sending me Ethan Klein links. Okay, we'll get to it when we get to it. Calm down, everybody. There are adults here that don't give a about Ethan Klein having an extended crash out for the past 6 months because he loves what Israel is doing and wants to defend it aggressively, but he can't do it openly, so he has to defend it by attacking everyone that criticizes Israel.
Why does Mr. Oreo ride so hard for Ethan? It's so weird. Probably the racism, but that's just me surmising. I know nothing about Nicholas to eat the Oreos, honestly.
Actually, did you see this? Sorry, I'm actually jumping.
Is Oreo BDS?
Super ahead. Did you guys see Hassan Piker gave this insane speech?
Also, yeah, like I made it in the freaking what's it called? A title and not Hassan. Respect. This is how you know I made it. I'm not. Hassan's not even used as the clickbait. I'm clickbait now. Maybe that's why I got like 700 likes.
At the where was this? Yeah, Hassan Piker stood in front of an entire crowd and was not prepared.
So I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Also,
I mean, this is what he always does, honestly. It's the most Hassan thing. The most consistent Hassan position is literally just being like, you could do like a bingo card with this, just saying I didn't have anything prepared as one of the little blocks, because he never prepares.
Because I didn't really prepare for a speech, I'm sorry. What I want to say is this.
Dude, this guy is such a airhead. He's literally the voice of like so many streamers and people, and he's actually just a total idiot.
Nicholas, the GOAT. Thank you.
I mean, isn't the point of like, isn't it like a little bit, better to like not be prepared but still be able to speak, you know, from the heart, off the cuff, that resonates with people, as opposed to preparing something that doesn't resonate with people. Speech was great. I'm so confused. I mean, it's a Keemstar link, which I don't know if you're retweeting Keemstar, and we know about Keemstar and his association with young kids allegedly. I'm not looking at you too favorably. I'm gonna be real.
$5, my man. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Holy crap. This is the first thing I want to talk about today because this started like a huge war, all right? This was actually something that got me wanting to cover Ethan tonight, even though I was planning on covering the Noah Samson lawsuit. This created like a separate segment for me. Ethan Klein maliciously accuses Sam Cedar of intentionally using the N-word on his show. Now, what do you think this is going to be? Listen, we've embarked on these bad faith N-word clip journeys, right? We've done this to Keemstar's girlfriend, Keemstar's beloved future wife, right? That was a thing. We've done the phantom N-word meme to like Bo Blacks and Augie. So what was...
None of those words are in the Bible. I don't know who half of those people are. If I'm being entirely real.
What is this brutal phantom N-word? Before we get there, I want to hear what people have to say about it.
Okay, this is gonna feel like a slog to get through. Legitimately, because like most of this isn't about me, and then he starts playing like Call of Duty at some point while videos are playing. Then you start watching Mike from PA. Oh no, it's Samson mentioned. And he goes into Chris and creates a video about the confused about Zionism Ethan. And I think he quits this video at some point as well. And then he gets to me. Trying to like on Ethan's use of slurs and lack of accountability. Okay, so thoughts on just skipping all the boring stuff and just getting to the stuff about me. Thoughts? The part about you is the best video, not gonna lie. The bizarre holidays discussing slap tubers want to engage in the issue is so clearly around genocide without addressing the actual issue at hand. They just turn around in pure drama nonsense. It's beyond repulsive. I mean, I had Nicholas Diorio blocked for the longest time because he's a slap tuber. Right, and just like I think it was back when the whole like Asman caught wind of me. I said I was doing white genocide thing. So that was pretty funny. But like, so I don't engage with what this person does. I know that he's like a Destiny Orbiter. But yeah, I also didn't know that that's what he looked like, and so now I will keep my mouth shut. Didn't he come out as the Yeet profile? I don't know. I don't know. Why do y'all know this? That wouldn't be surprising. Skip to me. To me, my X-Men.
Door knocking.
He finds out about your greatest hits during the video live. It's very funny. Really? I'm so down. So ready.
Oh, these guys, they've raised some money for charity. Yeah, okay. Whatever. I think that all these people are net negative for politics and they make people dumber. Sure. At least with like a crazy right-winger, you can like easily, I do think the pipeline stuff is somewhat real nowadays. But not nowadays. In like 2016, I think it was real. Nowadays, I don't think so much. But like, at least with a crazy...
Does this person think at all? The question.
Right-winger, you can easily look at them and go, oh, this person's completely unhinged. And the majority of the internet seems to like agree with that. But with like...
Also not true. Like, look at Twitter. So...
some of these crazy lefties, some of these crazy like socialists and shit, some of the Hassan Piker types, you see like genuinely warped minds thinking that it's just normal to bring a terrorist on live stream and argue about it.
I mean, Elo's on live stream all the time. And I don't see him having an issue with that. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say.
Maybe they're watching that video from earlier with Plankton. I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
Bro, he keeps name dropping people. And I'm just like, I have no idea who these people are. Like, who is Plankton? Don't tell me. It's like, don't want to know. But it's just a way for me to describe that I don't know who Plankton is. He's like, yeah, like he's a little dancing like, yeah, I was watching McSmoofle over there, and McSmoofle actually said that Jarbonfo went and he actually said the Phantom N-word. And the Phantom N-word clip was so kind of crazy. And I remember back in the day when we were doing the whole the pickle pockle, and we were running back in the day, and like I'm just like what are these words? I feel they're made up. Like, who is McSnoofle? I don't want to know who McSnoofle is, but like what like Plankton? Like from SpongeBob? Like when he's like Mr. Krabs? Sandy? I'm so confused. It's Keem's uncle's cousin's brother-in-law's best friend. Do we know who Content Cop is on? Not yet. We're waiting for the video to come out. The prediction is closed. Most of chat seems to think Ethan. Falling relatively close behind is Asmon. And then other.
Okay. We're going to watch Shaun the Black before we start our...
Okay. If I'm ranking based upon how racist people have said my name, that's definitely up there. That's definitely up there. Top 3. Top 3.
Guys, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. All right. We have to watch Shaun the Black because we need to learn more about Ethan's slur usage. And who better? Okay. Who better?
True. Actually true. Who better than me? I am the CEO of Black people. And I am the police chief of Black people as well. He's not wrong.
Shaun the Black. All right. I just... Shaun the who? He actually talks about it in his follow-up clip. I'm going to play this one first. This is Shaun the Black. His name is just Shaun, I think. Fuck you.
They actually are there all the time, not you. You're literally a nobody. I named Austin and Cutie, Cinderella, and his other friend whose name I forget.
Will Neff.
Will Neff. Those are the people that are there.
I say name like that. He always says his name, my name like that. But to be fair, now he knows who I am. He didn't even remember. Okay, I will be saying like this is character development from Ethan, right? He used to be like, oh, who is this guy? Who's this person? Oh yeah, he means whites only. True. True, he means whites only. He's like, you're Black. You don't count.
Okay.
This is true.
So that's Shaun the Black. We're going to get into this now. Shaun the Black is going to explain why Ethan's slur usage matters, and we're downplaying it, chat. We're currently downplaying this.
I mean, I don't ever think I said that slur usage matters. I'm just saying that, like, he's not absolved for his slur usage because he has not yet apologized for it. Which, I don't know if Doughboy can find where Ethan Klein has apologized for it. Actually, you know what? Just to make it very clear, we're actually gonna here. Oh, I spelled his name wrong. It's with the E. Because some of you might be confused about who this guy is. So I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead and show image. Right there. Oops. I think I lost it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Oops. Where'd it go? There we go.
This is only 10 minutes. I can't imagine it'll take us too long to get through before we get into our main segment of the night.
He was dropping. Well, he talks about me for the next hour. So, slurs. I wonder, did he forget? Did he forget? He has apologized about it before. He has apologized for it. This is not an apology, chat. I think it's been a while since I watched it. No, we've seen
When
it
I
before.
was sick-
He's not apologized for his story issues here. He just said, I've said some things that were bad in the past. And in my opinion, that's not apology. Here.
I've said the N-word always there, but one of them's on fire. And I stand before you as a hypocrite, as somebody who has not always been on the right side of racial issues. I've said the N-word on my podcast, and I thought I used it in a context that made it okay. I look back on those clips with just embarrassment and shame. But sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing. And I don't think that it's ever too late to change for the better. This website...
Like, that's not an apology. I didn't hear a, I'm sorry. I didn't hear a, I apologize. I ain't hear a, my bad, bro. I ain't hear a, my fault. He just said, I said the N-word, and now I'm embarrassed by the fact that I said the N-word. And I'm a hypocrite. But maybe a hypocrite is just somebody who's in the process of changing. That's not an apology. I think Euphoric Acoustic is correct, but the closest thing we found is like, he said like, I'm sorry, I think, to Gideon specifically. In that conversation. But like, that's about it. But he's sorry anyway, even though he thought it was okay. Yeah. It's not even that he's sorry, but he's so smug about this. No, I'll be fair in that maybe this was genuine. I think it just could have been actually been genuine. Like, you had a freaking what's his face? Mitt Romney marching with Black Lives Matter, tweeting Black Lives Matter, right? Like, there was a period of time where like that was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, you know, Black Lives Matter, you know, we all need to stand together. There was a period of time where like I think people genuinely believed that, even if their takes weren't the best. And so this could have been like genuine in his change and his growth, but he still never apologized for it. Oh, cold. Anyway, sorry, back to this guy. Where? Show me where he's apologized for it before. Hey, I did the exact thing. This is literally exact thing. The apology I've seen is him saying in his like Black Lives Matter saying, I said bad things when I was.
I'm just curious. Can somebody tell me what an apology means for slurs? Like, if you offended somebody.
I'm sorry. Oh, he moved his thing. Hold on, let me. There we go. My bad. My fault. I'm sorry I said that. It was wrong. I won't do it again. Yeah. But who is the white guy in the corner? Oh, this is Nicholas to eat the Oreo. He's the person who's making the video. I feel bad for the way this dude looks. That must suck. In the apology, he also lied and said that he was on a podcast when it was way more than that was other places online. True. Our new DEI Carla. I didn't know Nicholas looked like a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We say the Pillsbury Doughboy around here, actually.
Somebody, are they going to be instantly unoffended because you said sorry for saying the gamer word?
Okay, well, like, don't apologize for anything then. Fuck apologies, you know? Don't apologize for anything, because, like, you know, apologies don't fix any issue. Like, that's kind of stupid, right? Somebody steps on your shoe and they're like, see, I would apologize to you, but, like, is that going to make your shoe not be stepped on anymore? No. So therefore, no apology for you. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, that's kind of stupid. That's a little bit dumb. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me, though. Gamers don't claim him? What do you mean? He looks like the peak gamer, chat. This is actually peak gamer physique, if you don't know. All gamers must look like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
And if I call it the gamer word, is that as bad as saying the gamer word? Like, can you undo the harm you've done to society by saying the N-word in 2019? Or not even.
Oh, we went further back, 2019. Ethan was saying in 2016. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's just unaware.
And it's probably even earlier, right? We were all talking about this 5 years ago. These clips are 7 years old. Dude, the boys who are upset about those clips are men now. The people who are complaining about it weren't even born yet.
When I was a kid, or when I was younger, how old does he think I am? This guy from the Pee-wee movie? A little bit. He's unaware of a lot of things, yeah. Roseanne is at the right age of 32. Is he 32 when he looks like this? Like right here? I mean, maybe. It's kind of rough. Like honestly, like genuinely, I don't take anything that he says seriously once I found out he looks like that. Like legitimately, I can't take a single thing that he says seriously, finding out that he looks like that. I can't. I can't. I genuinely, I can't. You can't go through your life looking like that, talking about other people. You can't do it. You can't do it. That's all I'll say. It wasn't good. I don't believe anymore. That's it. What's his name? Rolio the Oreo? No, it's Nicholas the Eat the Oreo. Or, as we call him in the business because we're friends, Pillsbury Doughboy. That's the only apology I've ever seen from him about saying slurs. It's, to be fair, I will show you what I know in the apologies I've seen from him.
Keffels appreciated the show.
I wonder what Chud would say.
Wonder what Chud would say about this gentleman.
Chud, I think, covered this back in the day. I don't remember.
About this. It was during his Black Lives Matter video. Here, it was in this video from 4 years ago.
This is like why you can't apologize to anybody who's like a crazy lefty. And I hate using crazy lefty as a term because it typecasts me in a location that I'm not. But like when these brain rotted, audience captured, intellectually raped.
Brain rotted, audience captured, like. This is not a serious person. Like, legitimately, let me speak directly to Pillsbury Doughboy here. You're not a serious person. You don't go outside. I go outside. If you're saying brain rotted, audience captured, that's not a thing that normal people say. I don't know how to describe this to somebody. Normal people don't talk like that. Normal people don't look like that. You are the weird one here. You are the outlier. You are the person that is like abnormal. And I'm not talking about your face. I'm talking about your positionality and your ideology. You're not normal. You're not normal. You're throwing stones from a glass house. Do you feel audience captured? Blink twice if you do. I can't blink again.
People
Jig is up.
argue he's intellectually raped people.
Wait, what?
Captured intellectually raped people.
Intellectually raped? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? That's 100% a Nazi talking point. Well, I don't understand it. What does intellectually raped mean? Throwing words around now? That's what I assume. It's like, oh, I'll just say things that like are supposed to get people, you know, on edge. Supposed to make you be like, oh wow, I'm super edgy. It means you've been brainwashed, I guess. Okay, sure.
Argue. He's about to pull up a clip where Ethan is literally talking about fucking Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck. Okay? Talking about his past with racism. And he's gonna sit here in front of all of you and say, that's not enough.
Yep. And guess what? I was right, Doughboy. Guess what, Doughboy? I was right. I was correct. Ethan did not change his mind. So, suck my dick. While everybody was hostile Ethaning, I was the only person who correctly pegged him for what he was. Somebody who had not adequately done the work to actually unlearn his racism and fell right back into it once he got a little bit of pushback on a topic that he knew nothing about. I was correct. Honestly, one of the only people that were correct about this. One of the only people who was actually calling out Ethan Klein for the fact that his mind actually didn't change. Lo and behold, his mind didn't change. So yes, Doughboy, it's not enough. It wasn't enough then, and it's not enough now. Do you know what would have been enough? At least for me.
What?
This.
Proud of over the.
This. And again, I'm not asking you to be Atlas, literally holding up the world. I'm asking you to acknowledge the harm that you caused, apologize to the communities that you've harmed, and pledge to do better in the future. That's what iDubbbz did, and that's not what Ethan did. I don't know how to describe it to Pillsbury Doughboy over here in a better way, in a more succinct way than that. Ethan, in this video, saying, I said the N-word in the past, that was embarrassing. I'm a hypocrite. Is not addressing the harm that he caused by using that language, is not apologizing for that language usage, and vowing to be better in the future. Ian did it, and that's still not enough for somebody, and that's up for that individual person. Ethan did not, and look at it how it turned out now. Ethan's defending a genocide, and you're defending Ethan defending a genocide. So like, what does that make you? I just want to let that sit there for a second.
Come on, man. Like, what's he supposed to do?
Say, I'm sorry. Again, it's not a hard thing to do. It's literally magic words. Even if he didn't show any actual change, if he at least said the words, I'm sorry, you could argue that he apologized. But he didn't. He didn't even say, I'm sorry. He just said, I'm embarrassed by my past. That's not an apology. Like, I'm embarrassed by fucking your mom. That doesn't mean I apologize for it. I'd do it again. It's not an apology. I should have pulled out. I shouldn't have been the father that stepped up. If I knew you were going to come out like this. I ain't apologize for it though.
What are we supposed to do, bro?
We? Listen, you didn't have to self-report like that. I'm just saying. You didn't have to self-report like that. You didn't have to self-report like that. You could have made it very easy for me. You could have just said, I feel like as a white person, you're targeting me. As a white person who said slurs, you're targeting me, and there's nothing else I can do to atone for it. What else am I supposed to do? Bro defended Ethan so hard, he admitted to saying slurs himself. Yeah.
How do we say sorry in a way that's acceptable? Like, what are we supposed to do, bro? How do we say sorry in a way that's accepted?
Like, I'm sorry, white people crying about why they are not being, forgiven for saying slurs in the past are the tears that fill my cup. I'm gonna be real. Just delicious. Delicious. I gargle it like mouthwash. Titled My Experience with the Police.
Tankies. Yeah, tankies is a more viable term than crazy leftists.
And I'm gonna play what does tankies mean? I would like people who say tanky to explain what tanky means. Like genuinely. Does tanky just mean like somebody who identifies as a socialist or communist? Or do they hold a certain set of beliefs? Like what do we like? What does tanky mean? The most woke apology.
16 years old,
and I'm going to let you guys determine whether or not you think it's an apology or not. Okay? Yeah, I gave it to my audience. Right? I said, I'll let y'all decide. I'm not telling my audience what I think and how I think he doesn't apologize or not apologize. I'm saying I'm going to let you decide whether or not you think it's an apology. And if you think it's an apology, that's fine. Right? I can disagree with you. That's chill. Right? But I can think it's not an apology. And you can think that it is an apology. And then we're just chilling, Who cares? We're being like, why are black people not forgiving me for saying slurs in the past? What more do I have to do? Do I have to get on my hands and knees and beg for the black approval? Please forgive me for saying slurs. And we're just like, dog, just be normal. Just be normal. And he's like, why must I prostrate myself in front of you? I'm on my hands and knees. What else am I supposed to do? Oh, this is so funny.
Does exist. All you have to do is look in the comment section. And I won't even bother to show you guys absolute filth that you'll find there. But people would rather assassinate this man's character. We'll try to justify. Did somebody kneel on his neck for 9 minutes on film until he died? It's not enough that they killed him. Now to justify it, they also want to try to assassinate his character. If you need proof that racism exists, just look at what people are saying about this man. I'm not surprised though when our president is tweeting out when the looting starts, the shooting starts. When did the punishment for theft become death? What country is this? I don't recognize it. Where theft is punished with death. And then this is a source of national outrage.
Like he's making the most approved talking point video about this situation, going out of his way to make it. He did not have to make a main channel video talking about my experience with the police. I think he even took shit back then for making this. Right? Like, what is actually the point?
When kneeling, a pacifist.
The point is that he has not addressed his own racism. I don't care about Ethan Klein talking about Derek Chauvin or George Floyd. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. It's meaningless to me. When am I as a black person supposed to be like, oh, thank you, my savior. Thank you, my white savior, Ethan, for talking about my life and telling me how much my life matters. Wait, is that what I'm expected to do? I'm not going to do that. Right? That's not going to happen. And so just posting a black square. Oh man, I dropped it. I need that thing. Oh, whatever. Posting a black square does not absolve you from your history in the past. Like, freaking, like, again, Mitt Romney was, like, posted up at a Black Lives Matter protest. You feel me? Like, there were right-wingers who were posted up at, like, not Black Lives Matter protests, but, like, posting about, like, you know, police have gone too far this time or whatever. Not all right-wingers, obviously. There were people who were, like, you know, freaking conservatives who were, you know, straight-up Nazis who were like, yeah, I'm glad it happened. But, like, just because you do that does not mean the things that you've said in the past or done in the past just go away. Right? You're not absolved of your racism by saying Black Lives Matter. Right? You play that one Malcolm Moore song. It might not be the same, but that's not important. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it. Like, what's that TikTok trend? You know what I'm talking about. This one.
I might not be the same, but that's not important.
Oh my freaking goodness.
Freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it. I might not be the same, but that's not important. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it. I might not be the same, but that's not important. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it.
Your flop era is low-key serving. What the fuck does...
Okay. Where's the other ones?
I might not be the same.
Oh, I didn't know black people also did this.
That's not important. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it.
Okay. Now I'm curious. The people who post about Palestine. What is this account? I'm not. Maybe they did. I'm not. I refuse. We're gonna continue with this because, like, that's rough. That's rough.
This sign of protest is a cause for concern. Then somebody tell me when is the right time to protest. Look, you know why he was kneeling? To protest police brutality. We can say Black Lives Matter. It blows my mind when I see people respond with all lives matter. Because that's what they're saying. They're saying all lives matter. They're saying Black lives also matter. That's like you have 20 houses in a neighborhood and one of them's on fire. And the fire department shows up and starts squirting water on all the houses. And you go, what are you doing? This house is on fire. What are you put the fire out? And the fire
I'm sorry, Ethan. Do you remember when you said that there are all these black guys and this is something worth noting, and there are these big black dudes that make you uncomfortable at the airport or whatever the fuck that clip was? Unfortunately, this George Floyd defense video does not invalidate those previous arguments you've already.
Yeah. Yes, actually. Yeah. No, exactly. No, yes. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Exactly that.
Already apologized for. Yeah.
No. He has not apologized for it. Show me. I'm sure in this Ethan Klein dick sucking video, right? This Ethan Klein glory hole bukkake video that he's doing, he's going to show the apologies that very clearly exist. Mr. Eat the Oreo. Right? I'm sure he's going to show this in the video. Yeah.
Video does not invalidate those previous arguments you've already apologized for. Yeah, the 9 black dudes who are all strapped, okay? Unfortunately, this video does not undo the harm that you've caused into the world.
All the houses matter. Like, yeah, that was on fire.
It doesn't. And it's trying to be like, just be honest and say you don't accept, you're still mad, so don't accept the apology, that's fine, but don't be a coward and lie. Like, this isn't an apology.
The houses matter, but
he's basically showing he's an ally. That's what I'm trying to say. Ethan is literally the most allied ally of planet Earth.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pillsbury Doughboy. I needed you to define that Ethan is an ally for us. Yes, tell me again. Come on, Massa. Yeah, Massa, tell us again how Ethan Klein is the ally. That's right, Master. Tell me again. Tell me, I'm big dumb black guy. Tell me again how Ethan Klein is an ally. He's so woke for us black people. They got shot. Like, yeah, I need you to define what is and is not an ally, or who is and is not an ally for black people. Thank you so much. I could not have decided this ourselves. You know, Ethan Klein being an ally. And like, if that's the case, freaking Mitt Romney. Okay, I have to pull it up. I keep referencing Mitt Romney, BLM. If that's the case, Mitt Romney is an ally to black people. He was at a protest, right? Mitt Romney's an ally. Yeah, like freaking was it like Kendall Kardashian or whatever who gave the Coke or the Pepsi commercial? Or Kendall Jenner. Same thing. Right? She's an ally when she did this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. What an ally. Yeah, she's doing a photo shoot, and then she sees people marching. She's like, what? People are marching? What's going on over there? I feel like this wasn't the actual music that was in here, but probably copyright. Especially this proves your point. She gave them a password that makes her an instigator. No. She marched alongside the BLM protests. Therefore, she must be an ally. Right? She was for the cause. For the cause. So stupid. She's an ally, chat. We must now get on our knees and beg and thank Kendall Jenner for what she's done for us. She has solved racism. And then everybody did clap. Indeed. Indeed, indubitably. Indubitably.
In this video, and it's.
And have you thanked her yet? We thanked her like 3 times just now, okay? 3 times.
Like, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Wait, that video did feel long. Okay, it was only like 3 minutes, but it felt like it was 10 minutes long. We must now thank Nancy Pelosi. She is an ally to black people for doing this. Have we thanked Nancy Pelosi yet? Have we? Have you thanked Nancy Pelosi yet? I don't think so. And she's an ally. She's the most ally of allies. She did this. This is the height of activism. Did you hear what Pillsbury Doughboy said? Chat, you must listen to what the Michelin Man is saying. He's saying that, like, if you do performative activism, it negates all your past behaviors, right? Joe Biden saying Black Lives Matter negates the crime bill, obviously. Like, that's just how it works. If you do one piece of activism, you say the N-word, and it balances it out. It's like the law of equivalent exchange. Yes, it's like carbon offsets, but for the N-word, right? You say the N-word, you do a very performative piece of activism, and then you can say the N-word again, and then you can do it again. And then, like, so long as you're like net zero, you're fine, right? The Michelin Man says that we have to forgive you. We have to forgive you. And honestly, I listen to what the Michelin Man says.
As somebody who's not working on the right side, a racial issue. I said the N-word on my podcast, and I thought you get in the context that made it okay.
Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off.
I look back on those clips with just embarrassment and shame. But sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing, and I don't think that it's ever too late to change for the better. This website,
That was his apology. And if you guys find something else,
that was his apology.
where he said, "I'm sorry for saying." I love how his comment is just like saying something that I said that I'm just objectively correct on, but like just like stronger, and then laughing at it, and then being like, "Boom, W." And also, you can't do that when you look like that. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best not to do personal attacks. Just kidding. I've only been doing personal attacks so far, and I will continue to do personal attacks. Because when you look like the Michelin Man, I'm going to say you look like the Michelin Man. I'm sorry. When you look like the Pillsbury Doughboy, I'm going to say you look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. I'm going to do it. There's a reason why you hide your face. There's a reason why you stream behind a VTuber model. I'm being real. I'm being honest. I'm being real. I'm gonna give you a fat shaming pass. Biden is an ally now. To be fair, this did win him the election. We are a nation in pain right now, but we will not allow this pain to destroy us. As president, I will help lead this conversation, and more importantly, I will listen, just as I did by visiting the site of the last night's protest in Wilmington. I love how he didn't visit the protest. He just visited the site of the protest. And we were like, yeah, Joe Biden, 140,000 likes. 140,000 likes. Not for, like, Mitt Romney did more than he did, by the way. Mitt Romney actually went and protested. He actually went on the line and protested. And Joe Biden was like, I visited the site of these sacred protests after they were all over and done. And the police broke them up. Yeah. Do you remember if you didn't vote for Biden, you're not black? Thing that went. Oh, that went hard. It did go hard. Oh, around. It did go hard though. Think Before You Sleep is a Gamergate. Gamergator in his videos are also repeating things in a silly voice. That's old school Gamergate move. Okay, let's continue. All the slurs, I will be free to apologize to Ethan for mischaracterizing him, and I'll watch that. Did he actually say I'm sorry in that clip? No. No, he did not. He said, I stand before you as a hypocrite. I've said the N-word a lot on my podcast. I thought it was in a context that it was okay.
Like, how do I appease you?
By saying I'm sorry. I literally say it in a clip. It's not that difficult. Man, like freaking, okay. This is such a common thing for white people to do. Like being like, I don't know how to make you happy. We're just like, apologize. What do you want from me? He's like, say I'm sorry. I can never do anything to make you happy. Just say I'm sorry. He looked up and was like, what can I do? What can I do? It's literally just say I'm sorry. Say I'm sorry. Like, I apologize. Also, love that he's trying to dunk on your screen name when a man's looking like the double studs version of his. True. But now I look back at those clips. How can I make a slur from marginalized group happy? I don't get it. What more can I do? With embarrassment and shame. In my personal opinion.
Oh, please tell me what it is, Sean DeBlack.
As an Afro-skinned American, I don't view that as an apology. There's not a I'm sorry there. There's not an acknowledgement of harm there. Yeah.
What?
There's not. What do you mean, what? There's not.
What do you mean there's not an acknowledgement? Okay.
There's not. There's not. He just said he was embarrassed by it. He said, I said the N-word. It was embarrassing. I'm a hypocrite. That's all he said. He did not say my words were harmful to the black community. I shouldn't have said the N-word. And I'm sorry. None of those things. He didn't say any of that. I can't believe this guy came at you. Me neither. Especially when he looks like that. When you are built like the Michelin Man, you can't speak ever. I would keep my mouth shut. I wouldn't say a single word. I would be towing the line, minding my own business. I would be standing outside the fence. I would not talk. I would not draw attention to myself. I wouldn't. If you look like that, you keep your mouth shut. You don't say anything. Especially if your name has Oreos in it. I'm sorry. If you look like that and you built like that and your name has Oreos in it, I would keep my mouth shut. It's right there. You have built the foundation to be dunked on. And I'm avoiding the most obvious thing that I could say. But like, come on. Come on, that he's fat? No, that he's ugly, okay? Gosh darn it, I didn't want to say it. He's fucking ugly, okay? He's ugly. I would keep my mouth shut if I'm ugly. I wouldn't say anything. He's ugly. Jeez Louise, you forced it out of me. No free speech for uggos. Oh yeah, sorry. The woke term is aesthetically challenged. You know. Name? No. Ian apologized.
Oh, come on, bro. Oh, come on. In the same clip, I didn't know this was coming. I didn't pre-watch it. It's a defense of items. Oh, my God, bro.
Ian's apology. And how it's different than what Ethan Klein did.
Oh, my, this is so much worse than I thought when I pulled it up.
Like, how was it worse? It was... I perfectly demonstrate how it's different from Ethan and Ian. This guy doesn't like iDubbbz? I don't know. Oh, he doesn't like iDubbbz because he apologized? Probably. Oh, we'll see.
You know, it didn't...
Oh, Ian bent over. That's what his chat's saying.
No! No!
No. I'm sorry to everyone that I...
That's it.
They're gonna ravage this guy when he fucking says something funny. Mark my words, the day Ian says something funny, they're coming for his neck, dude. The fucking, all these people who propped him up, dude. Hassan's gonna light him on fire, bro. Fucking all of those guys are coming for him. The minute something snaps in Ian and he becomes funny again.
Something snaps. And by funny, they mean just saying the N-word, by the way. Like, I just want to point that out. And then something snapped. Something inside of me. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about saying the N-word. I didn't care about being woke. I didn't care if I slurred. I love that. I love that clip. That was funny. It's one of my favorite. Okay, now I have to play the Vegeta clip.
Then something just snapped. Something inside of me. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being a Super Saiyan. I didn't care if I lived. I didn't care about anything. And then it happened.
That's what I was referencing. Okay. And I have something that I want to say in this moment right now that I can't say, and I'll let it rock for now. But we may come back to it in the future. See, I can't. We may come back to it in the future. Maybe. Kitty's like this. I have to. Say it. I can't say it. I can't say it. I can No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna say the C word. You have to circle back. I will let you know if we can circle back or not. Is it secret or is it bad? It's secret. Does it make sense? No, I can keep going. And it is a decent apology. It is a good apology, right? But that's the thing. He said the words, "I'm sorry." And then he goes on to direct it towards the people who he's harmed. Right?
You know, Ethan didn't go on with that fucking podcast host who sat him down and made him like check his privilege. So he hasn't deserved your thanks.
Look at the communities that you've harmed with what? I don't even know what that. I don't know if that's like a reference like iDubbbz doing that or Ethan actually did do that, and I'm confused. Cause like I'm not. I doesn't Anthony Batia for iDubbbz? Oh, maybe. But I wasn't even referring to that. And that's the problem, right? This is me very clearly saying like I expect somebody who was racist in the past and he used racial slurs in the past to say I'm sorry, and he's like, oh, well, do you expect him to chop off his limbs and offer them up as a sacrifice to the black gods or something? I'm just like, no, did I say that? Did I say that I expected that? Why do people act like saying I'm sorry is like, again, Atlas holding up the world? It's like literally impossible to do. Like, I very clearly just said, I expect you to say I'm sorry and acknowledge the communities that you've harmed. And he's like, oh, do you expect him to bend over backwards and do impossible yoga and then donate all of his wealth to only black people? I'm just like, did I say that? Is that a thing that I said? Like, y'all try to, like, again, it's just, white people are kind of crazy. But honestly, this is not representative of all white people. Y'all are better than this. You deserve better than the Michelin star man. The Pillsbury Doughboy. And then something just snapped. Something inside of me. Sorry. With your language.
What was that laugh? I don't know, bro.
Apologize for that language. And then he goes on to pledge to be better.
This is like...
And I'm not saying you have to go to school for political science. I'm not saying you have to be college educated to talk about these topics. But I'm saying you got to do the reading. Right? And I've been saying this consistently since Ethan had his... He just moves on to a different clip? Or this is just the video itself cut? Oh, no, the video itself cut to a different...
I don't know, bro.
Apologize for that language. And then he goes on to pledge to be better.
This is like...
And I'm not saying you have to go to school for political science. I'm not saying you have to be college educated to talk about these topics. But I'm saying you got to do the reading. Right? And I've been saying this consistently since Ethan had his change. Ethan never did the reading. Ethan went from being a anti-SJW conservative to being a liberal with no apology, with no unlearning his
dude, I'm gonna be a major leftist in this next up and coming YouTube arc. I should start my like iDubbbz video now so I can have it sitting on the back burner so that I can build the next snark. That's what I need to do. I should make the video but not release it. Wait for him to say something funny. Wait for all of his friends to turn on him and then drop the video then. And they'll all pretend my arguments are new because they don't like him anymore. Dude, I could totally get in on the ground floor and take the iDubbbz drama to the moon.
Anti-woke, like, he's just talking about the N-word, by the way. When he says say something funny, he just means the N-word. Your ideology, nothing. He went from being an anti-SJW conservative.
Like, instead of doing what I did in 2020 and dropping...
And also, you notice how he's, like, not addressing my points? Right? You would think with a head so large that he would have a brain that was, at least proportional. But, like, it seems like the peanut brain stayed when his head, inflated. But, like, he's on a tangent about, like, how he's gonna, like, grift off of, like, iDubbbz's, the heel turn or whatever. Like, he's not addressing, like, the actual points that I'm saying in this moment right here. And it's fine if you can't understand it. Like, I that's fine. I don't think I use big words, but, like, if you are at the reading level of a third grader, then maybe the word conservative and liberal take up too much space in the pea brain that you have. But I could slow it down for you if you want. It's possible. Right? I just think about what my 5-year-old cousin would learn in school. I could just say it like I would say it to him. Just let me know. Let me know. He assumes Ian is racist still and just hiding it because it makes him money, which is what racists always think. That everyone else is racist and they just hide it. Yeah. Imagine preying on Ian's downfall while not even defending Ethan in any way in the slop of a video, yeah. Use commoditization. That's a big word. I use commodification. Commodification, different commoditization. It's the whole concept of calling. Sorry, I broke my earring again. This is a moron. You make way more money grifting to the right. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, he's grifting to the right and he still doesn't make any money. So, like, I get it. I understand it.
Ethan video back then. Imagine if I had saved that video and then dropped it now. Like, I stored that for 5 years in a time capsule and released it current day. They would tout me as a hero. Okay, I would be doing press tours.
To being a liberal with no pushback at all. And then we were somehow surprised when Ethan arrived at a position that he was not.
So calling out your old content and admitting that you're a hypocrite isn't an acknowledgement of harm. No, it's not.
No, he didn't call it his old content. He, at the very most, called out his, like, use of the N-word. Maybe. Maybe. He didn't apologize for it, but maybe you can swing he called out his usage of the N-word. You know what I mean? Maybe you can swing that, and maybe I'll give you that, right? But he didn't call out his old content. What at any point have you saw where he called out his own content? He's defended his own content, as Chad's saying. So, like, what are you talking about? You know who also called out their old content? Ian. But you know who also apologized on top of that? Ian. All I'm asking for is I'm sorry. Is that crazy? Is that I maybe that's crazy, chat. And I am open to changing my mind. My mind can be changed on things. Is it crazy to say that I may want somebody to say I'm sorry when they have said the N-word? Especially as a 30-year-old man. We're not talking about like somebody who was like 12, right? Somebody who was 12 years old, rapping along to a song. We're talking about somebody who's a 30-year-old man, right? Grown-ass man, older than I am now, right? Older than I am now, flagrantly throwing around slurs that he knew that he probably shouldn't be saying, and being like, I want that person to say I'm sorry. And it's what I don't understand is why does this loser care if I forgive like Ethan or not? Why does he care? Don't you got like tires to inflate? I thought the Michelin Man had a job. I thought he did stuff. Why does he care whether or not I forgive freaking Ethan or not? What does it matter to him? Yeah, put the errors in the tire, big bro. Educated on, but like, that's what I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, this is something that a lot of people always do. That is like, they're like, why don't you, as a singular black person, forgive Ethan? He's apologized or whatever. Like, this happened in Assange chat too, with like the hostile Ethans and stuff. Like, people being like, oh, Ethan has changed his mind. He's different now. Why don't you forgive him? I'm just like, why do you care if I forgive him or not? Why does it matter to you? If you forgive him, that's cool. That's chill. Why do you care if I forgive him? Like, I mean, listen. If you want to suck dick, you can suck dick. You know what I mean? I'm free of open, I'm for open and free expression of oneself. If you want to suck Ethan's dick, go off and do that. You know what I mean? Don't let me stop you. Don't let me stop you. Right? But at least understand that that's what you're doing. You know what I mean? At least contextualize that you're riding for riding's sake. Like, That's all I'm saying. And he took the reactionary position on it because of course he did. Like, you have to do the reading. You have to do the work. If you're going to be...
Bro, I don't want to hear another stupid fucking Twitch streamer tell me that I need to do the work and do the reading. Fuck you.
Blood thinks he's on the team. Who are you? Why does he think I'm talking to him? Does he think he's Ethan? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. There's so many faces on the screen. I'm lost. How are you lost? 2 of the faces are me. What is so confusing about this? 2 of the faces are me. As always, congrats on getting 5K more followers since San's Japan streams. Thank you, chatter. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Hope we're trying to hit 50K by the end of the year, which means we gotta pick up the follower number. So tell your friends to come follow me too. There's a TLDR here. A white guy upset at a black guy doesn't forgive a white guy for saying the N-word because he didn't apologize. Yes, essentially, apparently that's what it is. Right? Apparently he's mad that I don't forgive Ethan for saying slurs. Yeah, and tell them to use their Amazon Prime because they're free. The Amazon Primes are free, chat. Yeah, also the segment is an hour long. He keeps going for an hour. It's technically 45 minutes. Like, he just keeps going. Think you'd be open to forgive him if he, said sorry? Maybe. I've only heard of this Oreo dude in passing, why he looked like that. Listen, I'm not one to get at people's logos, but like, you gotta ask Michelin about that one.
Dude, tell me that I need to do the work and do the reading. Fuck you. Dude, I'm so fucking sick and tired of Twitch streamers telling me I need to read, bro.
Speaking for the left, if you're going to be speaking, I'm confused if he's like genuinely offended that like I'm telling him to read, or if he thinks that I don't have a right to tell him to read because I'm a Twitch streamer. I don't know which it is. Like, I don't know if he's like, how dare you tell me to read? Both? That makes sense, actually. Reading is hard. Reading is hard, to be fair. Reading is very difficult. And I understand why you can, or you don't want to engage with it. Again, P-brain, that sort of things. Right? It is a tad ableist to tell, Nicholas to eat the Oreo to read. Right? So, Nicholas, I will write you an exception for the homework for tonight. You don't have to do the reading. It's fine. It's okay. Don't stress your little brain out. Speaking for the left, if you're going to be speaking for, liberalism or whatever.
I mean, this guy's probably not popular enough to do this like full time, right? I imagine. So maybe this guy does work. But like, the vast majority of people who are saying this shit are so privileged to the point where they just react to videos all day. I apologize.
It's kind of funny. Who are you? I mean, yeah. Ironic? It is ironic. It is also ironic because I am, like, not to toot my own horn here, literally college educated. Like, I was doing streaming when I was in college. I was doing streaming when I graduated from college. And I'm doing streaming after. And I do have another job, where I actually do the reading, and I do activism, and I do. You can Google my name, by the way. Like legitimately, just Google my name. Like I just there's not much to say on that. Like, cause you can figure it out. You can, if you want to figure out what I do, Google my name. What's your other job? I work for a nonprofit where I do activism work. Is Duh a middle name? Yes. Duh is my middle name. Is it gonna do that? But respect. I mean, I'll show it. Like, where's the Vice article that was written? Let me see. Oh, this is actually a different Vice article. This wasn't even the one I was looking for. Excuse me. Gen Z Coder took a conservative group anti-student loan relief campaign offline with spam. There's that one. People are using job listings to sabotage companies to mistreat their workers. There's that one. My Vice my Vice article is on archive.org apparently. My video. Wait, what did I do with my? Oh, there it is. How I sabotage Starbucks super users by Vice. Like, you can Google me if you want to. Here's the Oreo man just sitting on screen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but there's a number of articles. He has an article written on him too. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Sorry. Let's get back to it. Let's focus. Chat. These are serious allegations. This is a serious takedown video that he's doing, right, on me, and we have to seriously engage with his critique in good faith. Seriously. Let's continue.
Guys, if that's not Sean, I'm taking out my videos all day. I saying this shit are so privileged to the point where they just react to videos all day. I apologize if that's not Sean. I'm taking out my anger on your peers, on you.
You can't just go off of being a. You did apologize for that. See, it wasn't so hard, Nicholas. It wasn't so hard. Now you're like a voice for the left. Wait, someone called me a wannabe Kai Cenat? Is it just because I'm black? That's fair. So he knows what he's doing? Yes, he knows what he's doing. You're now expected to take you seriously. You know what I mean? Like, no, you have to do the reading. You have to do the work. You have to leave the internet, figure out, man, why did I think black people were inferior, right? Why did I think transhuman...
Okay, but Ethan never thought black people were inferior. That dude...
I mean, if you're saying hit N-word hard R, I gotta... we can have a conversation about that. You know what I mean? Like, you think that he didn't. I think that he did. We're at an impasse now. You feel me? You're dropping hit N-word hard R. I'm gonna assume you think black people are inferior. That's what I'm gonna say. Really didn't know any black people so well until adulthood. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let's I just that's what I'm gonna say.
That's not what he thought, bro. That's not something that happened.
Leave the internet. Figure out, man, why did I think black people were inferior, right? Why did I think trans Also, I do want to point out that like this is more just like a general example of like people who hold bigoted beliefs. And their apology or their, recompense for holding those beliefs. You have to do some work to unlearn or think about why you held those beliefs in the first place. And I use this as an example, right? Do I think that Ethan thought trans people were subhuman? I don't know, right? Do I think that, did Ethan actually believe black people were inferior? I don't know. I'm not in Ethan's mind. I'm not in Ethan's brain. I don't know. I could assume based upon his actions what he believed, right? But the point that I'm making is that if you hold bigoted beliefs, you have to do the work to understand why you held those beliefs, right? And then work to unlearn those beliefs as well. That's what comes with apology and accountability, right? That's a part of, growing to be a better person. That's not what he thought, why he used the N-word. He's just going to say because it's a funny word, right? He's being funny and he's being edgy because, that's all it boils down to. Human beings were not valid or whatever. You know what I mean? And then once you determine that, you can then come back to the internet and then you can.
Did this guy get radicalized in Minecraft? This guy said so. Bro, I would love it. I would love it if we could uncover what racist shit or what I guess not racist shit. Maybe racist shit. There's been certainly a lot of fucking Islamophobic shit coming out of so I don't know. Maybe not racist shit. Maybe racist shit. But this guy said something. There's just no way. There's no way he's preaching this.
Go for it. Dig. Nicholas to eat the Oreo. Dig. Dig. You saying you've been racist or Islamophobic before? Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's talking about the slave master. No, at this point, he doesn't know about that. He didn't call Pokey's African queen. That, my friend, is misinformation. It was actually African princess. So, he's claiming that I had this is something white people always say, is that, oh, everybody has a edgy phase, right? Everybody has something in their past. I honestly, Hassan says this as well. And I'm just like, that's not true. Right?
In Soviet
Not everybody was like a born leftist or whatever, but this idea that there was a normal Nazi or edgy phase for everybody is just not entirely true. It's not. Obviously, I wasn't the woke of the day every day when I was a 14-year-old, but I also didn't think trans people were subhuman. I talked about my experience with a trans person when I was in high school a few streams ago, right? I didn't think black people were inferior. I wasn't, dropping, I won't say the N-word because but I wasn't dropping other types of slurs when I was in high school, right? Because I was an empathetic person, right? And I tried my best not to be a bad person. And I thought saying slurs was bad people things. So I didn't do it. I've never said the N-word on Twitch. How can Sean be Islamophobic? He's Muslim, remember? He probably doesn't know about the lore. You said the N-word? Gasp? Yeah, gasp. Cancel me. Cancel me. I'm just as bad as Ethan. Why can Ethan say it and why can't Ethan say it and I can, Man. Gasp.
hard. He's got some history saying something before he got radicalized in Minecraft to being a tanky. Surely.
Surely. Okay. Positions, right? But he even never did that thing. Right? He went from like...
Someone just said this guy's racist against whites for sure. That doesn't matter. That doesn't count.
Okay, he's right
I'm
about
sorry.
that.
It just doesn't. That's that. He could say that on Twitch right now and Twitch wouldn't ban him. I'm talking something that would be a bannable offense, something that matters.
I get to say the N-word. I get to drop slurs.
He definitely says some homophobic shit. I could see that, maybe.
What? Oh, okay, that's just anti-black. All right, let's call it what it is. That's anti-black. That is anti-black and disrespectful. Like, my best friend for like the last 10 years at this point now is gay. So like, what are we talking about here? And he would murder me. Okay, he wouldn't murder me. He doesn't murder people, right? But like, again, this is what happens when you are around other people in a diverse environment. I was around trans people. I was around gay people or queer people in general. I was, of course, around black people, right? I was around other people in a diverse environment. And so I realized, hey, maybe I should not be mean to those people because these are the people that are around me. Like a normal person. You know what I mean? Like a normal person. I grew up in a household that taught me to be a nice person, right? Thankfully, the church has taught me to be a nice person, right? Not all churches are like that. And around friends who were also nice people who taught me to be around nice people. And we were all nice people together, except against black people. We said some racist stuff against black people. Trust me and believe me, bro. Don't catch me and my friend group talking about black people. Oh, it got crazy. It got crazy. So you don't want to know. You don't want to know the slurs that we said. I would put Ethan Klein to shame. I would put Ethan Klein to shame. Like, you said the N-word? Oh no, it got worse. Don't let me and my friends be walking in the mall, seeing a group of black people fighting. The things we said about those black people cannot be repeated. Cannot be repeated. He's gonna do 3 more hours on this. What's worse than the N-word? Did you say the C word? Oh, trust me, there are things worse than the N-word that can be said. World Star is a slur now.
We could speculate there.
Because I'm an edgy boy to like, okay, maybe no more slurs, but like maybe some slurs still a little bit later. You know what I mean? Like there's no work to be done there.
You wouldn't be scared of someone who you think is inferior to you? That's a good point. I don't think for a minute that Ethan Klein actually like hated black people or thought they were inferior to him.
The truth is, Ethan. Okay, so for addressing that chatter that you read, the KKK. Number one, the KKK thought black people were inferior and they were terrified of them, which is why they jumped them in gangs. Like, racists are afraid of black people and they think that they're inferior. This is a normal thing. Like, this is the normal thing that they do all the time. Nazis are an example of that too. Yeah. Like a lot of their rhetoric is based upon like fear of being like taken over by an ethnic group or like a racial group, right? They were afraid of black people encroaching on their territory and betting their daughters, right? And things of that nature. But also while oppressing them or like pearl clutching. Yeah. Like white women clutching their purses when a black person walks by, thinking that they're inferior, but also being afraid of them. Like, is that the guy on the left? He looks like a penny. Yeah, that's the Michelin Man. Nicholas to eat the Oreo. Is a reactionary. He is.
Anti-Semitic. Oh wait, that's not bannable either. Yeah.
The Ethan that you see now is no different than the anti-SJW Ethan. No different. None. That's true. He was reactionary then, and he's reactionary now.
Yeah.
True.
IQ under 30. Literally in chat just wrote like, "There you are, minding your own business until you drop an N-bomb. Suddenly, you are conservative. You didn't ask for this. You might have been 16 years old. You are now locked."
Ethan wasn't 16 years old. Mr. To Eat the Oreo. He was 30. So, therefore, you're invalid. Invalid.
In as a conservative, as a member of the Conservative Party.
And that's what happens, right?
16, 17, or Ethan Klein. He was in his 20s or 30s maybe at that point.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now it's expanded to Ethan being in his 30s. But like it's still acceptable. It's still acceptable for him, you know. He was a neurodivergent minor 30-year-old. He was a 30-year-old child when he was doing it. So it still applies to him. Yeah, he's like 16, 20s, 30s. What's the difference really?
He's in his 30s. He's locked in. He's forever a conservative now.
Well, I mean, if you were an adult person who was dropping slurs and you don't apologize for it, you're also, I didn't say he was a conservative. I said he's a reactionary. So again, I can't help if his pea brain doesn't understand the difference between being a reactionary and being a conservative. But yeah, it's not my job to explain this to him.
You're a Nazi. Literally Nazi.
Former. Well, I mean, if you defend the genocide of apartheid state, then you know, fits, shoes sizes, things of that nature. You know, if the shoe fits, essentially, that's what I'm saying. If the shoe fits, and you don't force them to unlearn their bigotry, and you don't force them to atone.
What the fuck do you mean force me to unlearn my bigotry, motherfucker? He said N-word F-slur on a podcast.
Do I have to pull the compilation? Also, who are you? I love that he just identifies with somebody who says slurs. That's it. That's it. He's just like, what do you mean force me to unlearn my bigotry? Like, I don't know this guy existed at this point. Like, he's doing this. He's like, what do you mean forcing me to unlearn my bigotry? I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Ethan. He was so called out as crazy. Yeah, I think he should feel called out by this, right? He should feel called out right now when I call him like the Michelin Man, right? That should sting and hurt his soul a little bit. You know what I mean? That's what the goal is. Now I'm talking to you, Mr. To Eat the Oreo. Right? You think that Ethan only said the N-word once? No, he knows he said it multiple times, but it's very easy to pretend like he had said it once on a podcast. So like his point hits harder, you know? I think he thinks that he's Ethan. Oh no. Is this another example of what we talked about yesterday or last stream? Do I have to delete this VOD too? Am I punching down? Am I punching down? Like, I don't want to be facilitating somebody who's like genuinely going through a mental health crisis and they genuinely think that like I'm being delusional. Like, does he genuinely think that he's Ethan Klein?
Sean the Black says,
I'm just saying.
African princess.
The Baker E just subscribed. TBF, you could punch in any direction and hit him, I think.
You are ableist? At this point, maybe a little bit. Can't punch down on a content creator this massive, Sean? I mean, you could. I could, you know. It's not about size of the creator, because like he does got me beaten that avenue. And it's not about the size of the audience, because he has me beaten that avenue too. Right, it's also about like size of the mental faculties, and I don't think he's doing too much up there, you know. I don't think that's the case. Also, I have to pee, so I'll be right back. Here, watch this. He clearly can't tell himself apart from Ethan. He isn't apologizing for his former racist takes. He's just racist, defending Ethan's ability to be racist. True. So enjoy this, chat. I'm leaving you with this guy. Hold on. Here, I'll make him the streamer. Oh wait. Boom. There we go. There we go. All right. Be right back.
Earn my bigotry, motherfucker. He said N-word F-slur on a podcast.
For their bigotry.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Ethan is not a
force. Okay, bro. Now I'm definitely thinking this is a tanky.
Apologize.
He means the camps. I think these people would line us up against the wall. Legitimately. I think Hassan and his cronies would line us up against a wall.
We looked. I could not find a moment where Ethan sat down and was like, I am sorry for my flagrant use of slurs. And I'm sorry to the communities that I've hurt. You know what I mean? At no point did he ever say that. At no point was he like, I apologize.
Dude, you know what the problem is? This is my fucking philosophy on this. If you give these people an inch, they will throw it back in your face. That's the God's honest truth here. When the mob tells you you need to say you're sorry and you do it, they will throw it back on your face, in your face, every single time.
Guys, right? For the people that I've hurt, I'm going to be different, right? He just changed and then expected anybody to be like, oh.
And if you give them a mile, they'll pivot to the next argument. Because nobody here is invested in you saying sorry for fucking anything.
All right, Pillsbury Doughboy, I have returned. I have returned. What I missed, chat? I'm sure it was very productive. That was a hate crime? You said these people? That's not surprising. Sorry to the communities that I've hurt. You know what I mean? At no point did he ever say that. At no point was he like, I apologize.
Dude, you know what the problem is? This is my fucking philosophy on this. If you
Wait,
give...
do I go back further? For their bigotry.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Ethan is not a
force. Okay, bro. Now I'm definitely thinking this is a tanky.
Apologize.
He means the camps. I think these people would line us up against the wall. Legitimate.
Bro, it's like, wow, you want to oppress me by lining up. You're going to line me up against the wall. And you're going to murder me for being racist and saying the N-word. This is so funny.
I think.
Oh yeah, who is us? What does he mean by us in this instance?
Camps. I think these people would line us up against the wall.
Like, who is us? Who is us? I need him to describe who us is. Who these people and who us is. Racist? He means racist? Oh, he's not gonna like my clip. If that's what he means, he's not gonna have a good time while watching my clip, is what I'll say. Oh, he's not gonna be a fan of that.
Legitimately. I think Hassan and his cronies would line us up against a wall.
We looked. I could not find a moment where Ethan sat down and was like, I am sorry for my flagrant use of slurs. And I'm sorry to the communities that I've hurt. You know what I mean? At no point did he ever say that. At no point was he like, I apologize.
Dude, you know what the problem is? This is my fucking philosophy on this. If you give these people an inch, they will throw it back in your face. That's the God's honest truth here.
So we must continue saying slurs. Thank you so much, Nicholas to eat the Oreo.
When the mob tells you you need to say you're sorry and you do it, they will throw it back on your face.
Wait, how can you say this when like you get mad at me for bringing up IDubs as somebody who's actually apologized? You know what I mean?
face.
Also, yeah, it is. Give him an inch, they'll take a mile. That's actually that is the phrase that he's referencing, but he just didn't finish it. So his way of saying it was better, you know.
Every single time.
Guys, right? For the people that I've hurt, I'm going to be different, right? He just changed, and then expected anybody to be like, oh.
And if you give them a mile, they'll pivot to the next argument. Because nobody here is invested in you saying sorry for fucking anything. They just want to pile.
I like iDubbbz. He said sorry. I don't have any beef with iDubbbz. He apologized. Which I don't really I brought up iDubbbz specifically, right? He said sorry. He apologized to the communities, and then he moved on. Like, these people want like the iDubbbz level reception of their apology, but don't want to do the iDubbbz level of work. And that's my issue, right? You got to do the iDubbbz level of work. They want to cultivate a right-wing Nazi audience and then want to like change while keeping that same audience and actually not having to sacrifice anything for the actual change or doing anything to demonstrate that they've actually changed.
On.
Okay, now we accept you because we're the max left. We accept people who've changed. And because he was never held to account, right? Because he was never, his feet was never held to the fire of like, okay, you're forced to change, because he was never held to that. When it came to be like a topic that he was been terrible on, a topic that he was horrible on, you feel me? Of course he's going to be reactionary on that too. Look at iDubbbz versus H3H3. Ian versus Ethan. There's a demonstrable difference there. Because Ethan...
It's like, I agree with you. I fully agree with you. Dude, this is like... I think there's a huge difference between Ian and Ethan. What is it?
Did not apologize.
Oh, he thinks that iDubbbz is the good one. Oh, never mind. You've lost me.
What? No, he didn't apologize. What? Okay. He literally heard the words that I said, right? I genuinely think this person may be stupid, by the way. Like, not to be ableist here, but I don't know if this person actually has the mental capacity to actually comprehend my argument. Like genuinely. Yeah, Ethan did not apologize. It's literally on the screen. He did not apologize. It's literally on the screen. It's in the captions. That's the difference. And he's like, oh, because iDubbbz one of the good ones. What does that even mean? Okay, even if that was the case, whatever that means, like, you have to describe what makes iDubbbz one of the good ones and what makes Ethan not one of the good ones. Like, you have to make that distinction.
Completely lost me here.
iDubbbz did.
Never mind.
iDubbbz did a thing that was bad and wrong. He left the internet, came back 2 years later, said,
oh, you have to take a financial hit now. That's the only way to say sorry.
No, you just have to demonstrate growth. What is he talking about? He's literally just making things up. I literally laid this out for him brick by brick. I just said, Ethan just needs to say, I'm sorry. He just needs to say, I'm sorry. That is literally all I said. And he's acting like I'm forcing Ethan to walk the plank or something. Literally all I said was, Ethan just has to say, I'm sorry. And he's like, oh, you expect Ethan to like burn his money in a fire pit? Pancakes and waffles. That's an entirely new sentence. You've made that up. You have made that up. You have made that up. Made up. Ugh. Jeez, the freaking ways, bro.
You don't leave the internet for 2 years and like give up that revenue, then we can't know if you're truly sorry.
I'm sorry for the. Gonna do this to you. What is this?
along came the Michelin Man, who reminded them the right tire changes everything.
No, no, Nicholas, to eat the Oreo. Please don't do this to me. Please, Nicholas, to eat the Oreo. Please. You must not. You must not. Consecrated? Agreed.
I know exactly how much harm saying N-word F slur is. It's 2 years of income.
And I'm sorry for the harm that it caused.
He didn't even leave the internet? I don't know.
Right?
He didn't leave the internet because he was doing like a pity party for himself. It had nothing to do with a virtuous...
Oh, so which is it? Did he take 2 years of income and that's what the cost is? Or did he not leave the internet and he didn't take a financial hit from it? You can't have it both ways, Mr. To eat the Oreo. Can't have it both ways.
Sacrifice as it's being described.
You can't have your cake. Yeah, I mean, no, he definitely can't have his cake. Let's be real.
Here.
And then he changed his content, right? And then he moved on.
That's why he did bad unboxing recently, right? I get maybe this was recorded before that happened.
Ethan said slurs, dropped so many slurs, just kept saying slurs, and harmed a lot of marginalized people. And then started a podcast.
Do you really want to be the iDubbbz in this situation?
Tweet
Hey.
Yes. Yeah. If the choice is to be racist or not be racist, then yes, you should choose to not be racist. If it's to be racist and make a bunch of money, and not be racist and make less money, and you choose to be racist and make a bunch of money, I have a right to say, hey, that's not a good thing. You know what I mean?
Hey, thank you, Grizzly.
Keffels appreciated the shout out.
His audience. I mean, yeah, his audience is stupid. I've been ignoring their audience.
Show of hands, who wants to be iDubbbz here? Who wants to have to be forced to self-flagellate?
Let's poll my racist audience to see who would be iDubbbz, who actually apologize, or who wants to be Ethan and is continue to be racist and make a bunch of money.
For fucking months, years, to prove to these people that you're not a racist when you know you're not fucking racist. Over and over.
Why? Okay, but have you considered why must Ethan prove to me that he's not racist? Why does it matter? Who cares? Right? Ethan said it himself. I'm a nobody. Why is it so like imperative you must prove yourself to like a 300 viewer streamer, right, that you're not racist anymore? If you're not racist, move on. Who cares? Right? This is something Hassan talks about, right? When like people on Twitter posters are like, "Oh, you're transphobic," right? And he's like, "I know I'm not transphobic. I have a large trans audience. You know, I try my best to do best by or do right by trans people." So he just moves on. He's like, "You don't understand. I am racist, though." Yeah. Like it does feel like these people are just racist, and they just want to be told that it's okay that they get to be racist from a black person, right? They want a token, essentially. Which is why that one black guy who was like, "I'm going to defend Ethan Klein with my life," you know, got a repost from Ethan. Ethan was like, "Thank you. Somebody's actually a good Twitter poster at like, 2,000 subs or whatever." They want to be able to be racist and get defended by black people.
Over again, go on these podcasts and talk about your undiagnosed fucking racism or whatever. I don't know what the fuck they talked about on that podcast. I watched it once and I turned it off because it was like the most.
Also, it's kind of crazy, just the idea that iDubbbz couldn't have wanted, right? Couldn't have wanted to do these things himself. He must have been guided by the woke mob. The woke mob must have demanded iDubbbz self-flagellate and turn around and throw away all of his money on Creator Clash and I don't know, lose his former right-wing audience or whatever. Like, the audience must have forced iDubbbz to do this and not like, yeah, he couldn't have wanted to leave behind people like this in Like in this community, exactly. The woke mob forced them to.
Thing I ever saw in my life.
Nicholas Dior.
You want to have to sit here and self-flagellate for your entire fucking life, or do you want to fucking own up to it, say, "Hey, I did this, it was wrong," and move on?
He didn't do that though. Nicholas to eat the Oreo. Again, P-brain. I literally demonstrated in the video that he's watching how Ethan did not say exactly what he's saying here. And how I said if Ethan said exactly what he's saying here, right, I would have been like, okay, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? That's an apology.
On with your life and not constantly sit here and apologize to every black person that walks up to you on the streets for the rest of your life.
Also, no, you must now do that. I'm sorry, I am the CEO of black people, and for you to not be racist, you must apologize to every black person. Sucks to suck. That's an L. Sorry. I don't make the rules. Actually, I do make the rules, and that's a rule now. If you were racist in the past, you must apologize to every single black person you see. Sorry, not sorry. Every single black person you see. Everyone. But Olin is speaking right now. Why are they recording vertically? Someone needs to fix this.
So I want to just close by reading you what the judge said. This is a federal district court judge, the District of Maryland. And I'm quoting from Judge Zinnes here. As defendants acknowledge, and the defendants here are the government, or the Trump administration. They had no legal authority to arrest him. No justification to detain him.
Why is Shannon saying behind it like that?
And no grounds to send him to El Salvador, let alone deliver him into one of the most dangerous prisons in the Western Hemisphere.
They could stand side by side.
The judge went on to say, and I quote, having confessed grievous error, the defendants, and again, that's the government, that's the Trump administration, having confessed grievous error, they now argue that this court lacks the power to hear the case. And that they lack the power, the court lacks the power to order Abrego Garcia's return.
Also written down what he's reading, just translated it and read both in its entirely one after the other. Yeah.
So a U.S. district court judge has ordered the Trump administration to bring him home. The United States Supreme Court, by 9-0 vote, has ordered the administration.
Is this senator illegally conducting foreign policy at DOJ? That's so funny.
So the Trump administration needs to obey the law. But I'm also asking the government of El Salvador and the president and vice president of El Salvador.
What does it do what this man is doing and stand on business? Yeah, this is good, but it only works if there's solidarity.
Who was illegally abducted from the United States.
Like they should have shut down the government. Honestly, they should have shut down the government. They should have not allowed anything to happen until Trump is at least put it on a leash, right? This is good, but this is gonna happen. He's gonna get a moment. He's gonna get coverage, and then he's gonna leave. I just checked to see if Aslan's watching this. He's currently going to assume it's Lolly ASMR. That's crazy. Can you remove Nick, please? I'm sorry. Can I remove? Can I remove what? You said, please, Nick, please. Rising star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star, that's me. That's me.
And they contribute greatly to our state.
Let the white man speak.
From the Kelly administration to the United States of America?
Well, I'm asking President Bukele to. Okay, I'm asking President Bukele, under his authority as president of El Salvador, to do the right thing and allow Mr. Abrego Garcia to walk out of a prison, a man who's charged with no crime, convicted of no crime, and who was illegally abducted from the United States. I'm going to keep pressing. You want to? I will keep pressing in my remaining time here, and I will keep pressing beyond that if necessary.
Última pregunta, por favor, última pregunta. Después de la reunión que tuvo con el vicepresidente Ulloa, ¿va a generar otras gestiones? ¿O qué otra estrategia puede, desde el Congreso, puede generar usted para reunirse y para garantizar las condiciones del señor Clima García? What other strategy do you think that you can undertake, or what other activity are you going to undertake to make sure you know that you can have the release of Mr. Abrego Garcia?
Well, I will say that as a member of Congress, we'd like to work to have good relations between, the people of the United States and the people.
Okay, we're gonna get back to that because this is almost done. I think. No, it goes on for like 15 more minutes, bro. Yeah, there's like 15 more minutes left. I feel he's gonna face some issues trying to get back into the country. The senator or like the Abrego Garcia. The senator? That would be crazy if they actually stopped him from coming back in the country.
And so,
like, if that, like, legitimately, which they might do, if that happens, like, we're looking at like straight like Civil War shit. Like, that's insane.
15 million. 15 million.
Let's finish the Orioles video. We'll finish the Orioles video. That would be so insane. Yeah. Like,
and
I don't want to say like riots in the street level. Not for that. But like, it's definitely going to be an escalation from what they're doing now. Right? Because that all that will do is galvanize the Democrats to actually do more. You know?
Because again, he was illegally abducted from the United States and charged with no crime. So why? So why should the taxpayers of the United States pay the government of El Salvador to lock up a man who was illegally abducted from the United States and committed no crime? Thank you all very much, gracias.
Muchas
And have
gracias.
a-
Con eso finalizamos
Muchas
la
gracias.
oportunidad de prensa.
Oh, okay, that's it. Like customs agents been acting on their own. It's like they don't care for any normalcy. Yeah, but like that I think it would genuinely be an escalation. Where I think it could lead to. I don't know what it would lead to. Maybe that officer being fired if that happens. Like if he's like detained and harassed at like Customs and Border Patrol. I don't think it'd be like anything wide sweeping or crazy. I think like the Democrats will like mobilize to, like get that person fired. That maybe like, you know, their administration will capitulate and be like, okay, we fired that one person. It was a bad actor, you know, one bad apple. And then that's where it will like stop. Because Democrats aren't going to push any further. I don't know. I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes for the Democrats. Personally. Yeah, we'll go back to the your live Doughboy reaction. We'll go back to the Pillsbury Doughboy video.
I'm picking the Ethan route. If I want to atone for my shit, I'm picking the Ethan one 100 times out of 100. All right, we're not doing individual sorries here. You don't get a fucking. I'm not a doctor. I'm not making fucking home calls.
Nicholas, the goat. Thank you for the $5, my man.
I don't make house calls to apologize to every single person who could have possibly have heard it.
I just love that he feels the need to like talk about his own experience when nobody's talking about him. I love that. I'm different now. Why does Mr. De Eat the Oreo have multiple pictures of him with an alleged pedophile, Keemstar? Just wondering that. I want to say that. You're saying this is what Nicholas DeOrio looks like? Wait, oh, I actually like this tweet. I meant to post this one. You got a like for me. This one. You fool. Like a fire hydrant is crazy. Don't disrespect the fire hydrant like that. Predators do move in flocks. So I'm just saying, one person is an alleged predator and just hang around about it. I'm just saying, let's dunk on some liberals or some conservatives or whatever. Never changed.
And again, why did nobody say any of this stuff when Leftovers was on and people?
I did. I was the only person doing it. Come on, bro. I literally did. I did. I have been saying this forever. I literally talked about this while Leftovers was going on. You didn't say it to him, though? Well, I wasn't saying this to him either, but he thinks I'm talking about him. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Oh, jeez Louise.
Liked it. Where was all of this? Hassan, why are you partnering with this racist guy?
I didn't say he was a racist guy, but I said that I have been very critical of Hassan when it comes to the people that he's decided to collaborate with. Probably the most critical of Hassan based upon who he's decided to collaborate with. And I've been most consistent about that. I said it with iDubbbz as well, before iDubbbz's apology. I did. To Hassan. But when iDubbbz apologized, I was like, all right, good first step. Let's continue. Right? But before he apologized, when iDubbbz showed up on Hassan's stream the first time, I was like, he has not properly demonstrated that he has changed his behavior, right? And he still needs to do that before I like forgive him.
Who only made the George Floyd video and never truly said sorry in that one video, and I'm not going to do any more research about it.
I did. I show me. Show me. Come on, big man. Show me. Show me. You must have it. Show me his apology. I literally said in this video, chat, if you have him saying something else, then show it to me. And nobody in chat did. So if you have it, I'll take a look at it. Show it on stream. Show it on stream.
Why did this guy, why was Ethan allowed to skate by for so long as an ally if he truly was a fucking racist, Islamophobic monster?
Great question. Now you're asking the correct questions. Now you're asking the right questions. That is the correct question to ask. That is a correct question to ask. How was he able to escape by for so long when his mind hasn't actually changed? Maybe we should enforce some level of, some level of, hey, let's make sure you actually change first before we, hand you a platform on the left. I remember you never forgave him and you were right all along. Of course I was right. Of course. It's very simple and clear because I say it consistently.
Supposedly this guy is the one guy who's been fighting back. Again, I'm not going to...
Yes. Yeah. Legitimately. Legitimately, yes. Objectively, yes. Yes. This is actually true. I am the one person who will push back on like Hassan on this. Yes. Actually. Which we need that. I also think it's important, which is why I do it. But like, yeah.
Claim to know
consistently.
Supposedly this guy is the one guy who's been fighting back. Again, I'm not going to claim to know that as a matter of fact. He might be telling the truth.
The video talking about because I am telling
but
the
that's
truth.
that is not the overwhelming thing here. About 90% of it has to be like close to 99% of the people who are mad at Ethan right now were totally fine with him 3 years ago.
Okay, maybe. Yell about those people then. Yell about those people then. Why come at the one person who is actually correct and legitimately correct instead of all the other people who you are actually talking to? Which I love that he would say that I never did any extra research to figure out if Ethan has apologized for saying the N-word, which I have done, right? Or have I tried to do. But he won't do any other research to figure out if this is correct. He just makes his claim. And he'll say, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not going to do any research to figure out if this is true. Right? Even before he exposed himself as a genocide defender, yes. Yes, when leftovers were going on, when Ethan was attacking like people like Vosh, or even going after like other like, right-wing people, right? I said, and people wanted me to talk about Ethan doing stuff like that. Or, hey, watch this Ethan Klein video about Vosh. I'm like, no, I don't like Vosh. I hate Vosh, right? But like, I'm not going to like throw my support behind Ethan just because like, enemy of my enemy or whatever. Because like, I knew Ethan Klein had not actually changed his mind. And he was doing the same tactics that he did against the left, but now just at different targets. But I knew once you don't do the internalized research to figure out why those targets you picked before were wrong, you're going to figure out, or eventually at some point, you're going to turn back around and then point at the incorrect targets once again. Right? Ethan, who was targeting the left before, did not figure out why targeting the left was wrong, or why targeting, you know, black people were wrong, or was wrong. Then switched his targets to like right wingers. Everybody was applauding him for it. And I was like, wait, let's make sure he understands that like what he's doing now is different than what he was doing before, because the targets were different. They're like, nah, it's fine, he's chill. And then he then kept shifting the cannon back. Now it's putting up pro-Palestinian supporters. And now we're surprised. And I'm like, yes, because you didn't demonstrate, or he didn't demonstrate that he knew the valid targets. He didn't demonstrate that he knew how to pick valid targets. He did a 360 to shoot at the same people again. Yeah. You have superb analysis and criticism of the situation, and it's the reason you made so many new fans. I try. Thank you. Right? And this is why I push back on people who be like, oh, you're the left, you don't want people to change or whatever, you want people to stay racist forever. Right? And I push back on that, and I use items as an example as somebody who's actually done the work to actually change. Right? There are examples of people, right, who've actually done what I'm claiming that Ethan should do. And it starts with an apology. And he's never apologized and addressed the communities that he's harmed. Maybe not never. I just haven't seen many instances of that being the case. I don't want to make wide sweeping assertions.
Totally fine with him. And the 1% there isn't like the people who knew. It's the people who were Trisha Paytas fans who didn't like him because of that other beef or whatever.
And I don't like Trisha Paytas either. So I'm not that person. This is an objective situation where like I will say that Sean was the only person who was correct on this situation. Like, this is one of the only examples where I will make this claim, but I was the only person who was accurate and correct on this particular situation. On the state of Ethan Klein. I think we're just saying is the ability to admit you're wrong and get better from your mistakes is what the core of the problem is with Ethan. Whereas Ethan suffered from the brain disease. Honestly, I just want some level of an apology, right? That goes into that, right? But like that starts with the apology. And if you have not done the apology, right, then like you can't do that other stuff. If you really want to change, you would take pushback and unlearn your bigoted behavior and not go further right. Yeah. I mean, there's probably at least one other person based on statistics. We're talking about creators at this point. You know what I mean? He's talking about creators. I'm talking about creators. Like, because that's what he means. When he means like, I haven't seen anybody else. Like, he's not talking about like viewers, because like it's hard to quantify what viewers believe. There were obviously other people who are like, Ethan Klein still hasn't changed, right? But when you're talking about not being able to see it, it means you haven't seen the creators actually calling it out. You know what I mean? Because that's what I assume. Talk about people who are now on the left who are trying to attract the alt-right demographic.
The goat. Thank you for the $5, my man.
The irony is Ethan actually did the work and supported progressive causes, and iDubbbz just cowardly stayed quiet and made one video saying he learned empathy at 32. Yeah,
and this is the problem. Like, I don't give a fuck about supporting progressive causes. If you did harm towards black people by using anti-black slurs, you don't absolve that by doing progressive work or supporting the progressive causes. That's not what I mean by doing the work. I mean interrogating why you believed the things you believed. Oh, it's this fucking loser. Wavy web serve. This loser on Twitter. I think I have muted because like this entire drama disgusting space is just gross. Sorry, I recognize the person's name. Right? But the point about doing the work is about learning or understanding why you thought using that language was okay, interrogating your own personal biases, right? And coming to the conclusion that it was not okay and that you won't do it in the future, right? I don't care about how much you care about, like, you know, rising unionization rates, which Ethan doesn't care about, or Medicare for all or whatever, if you have not done the work to unlearn your anti-blackness. There's a reason why anti-blackness is still a problem in progressive spaces. Because being a progressive or being a leftist does not mean you can't be anti-black. Does not mean you cannot perpetuate anti-blackness. Oh, Ethan was a progressive, so he actually did the work. That's not what I'm talking about, right? And maybe if these people were actually black, they would actually understand this, right? And that you can't, you know, absolve your racist past by just being a progressive. That's not how that works.
Again, that's the same video. This is a great video by iDubbbz. That's the learned empathy at 32 years old video.
And Ethan has not learned empathy at all. Wait, also, isn't he claiming Ethan did the same thing? I think somebody who learned empathy at 32 is better than someone who hasn't learned empathy at all.
Still, we've all got some time left to figure that one out.
If they don't address their bigotry from when they were alt-right, they're going to turn around.
Sean also talked about killing Destiny. Is that true?
Right? That's
They're
false.
gonna
Turn around and they're going to, I rebuke that, perpetuate those same methods against the alt-righters that they claim to hate onto the left wing as well, because they don't have any ideological positions. Right? I save by Jesus so I can still be an awful person. I'm a progressive. You can't judge me. That's why I said I didn't.
Oh my god, it's this fucking psychopath. That's who I'm playing right now. Sean the Black says someone needs to kill Destiny for saying the N-word. Okay, so this guy's just got one topic, and it's fucking race relations. He's got no other fucking contribution.
Well, number one, I do think that's an important thing to talk about, right? I am a black person in the political space. I think it's important to talk about black issues, number one. Number two, I talk about a lot of things. Listen. Hey, you would like me to eat the Oreo. I talk about food as well. I do food tier lists. They're about fruits and vegetables. I don't know how interested you'll be in that. But I'll talk about food. You would enjoy it. Come on, hop in the stream now, every now and then.
Every clip of this guy is talking about somebody's usage of the N-word.
Just goes out and just says the N-word, which is not a surprise. Because he said the N-word on stream with his own face. Can somebody just... Like, it would just be so easy to just... It will solve all of our problems.
Okay, this
like,
is just not somebody who's worth taking seriously. This is like the N-word investigator. He has no other actual topics or politics.
Socialism now. Like, you can Google this, by the way. Bro saw 2 clips and was like, this is all you do. This point, right? We would have socialism at this. I think the world would be better if the president doesn't talk about it anyway at all. This point, if someone just went out of their way and this guy doesn't find issue with other people's N-word uses constantly, yeah, it's kind of his whole thing. Because he's doing N-word investigations right now. He's doing N-word defense right now, actually. So,
what the fuck?
It would be so easy. This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery.
Okay, remember when I said these guys would line us up against a wall?
They have children. Whoa! Hold on. Wait. Mr. Nicholas to eat the Oreo. Pillsbury Doughboy. Who is us? Who is we in this situation? Who is we in this situation? Did this person just self-report to being a slave owner? The more you know. The more you know, honestly. We should let slave owners go. Yeah, I've learned to be nicer to slave owners. I've learned.
Okay, remember when I said these guys would line us up against a wall?
Every single slave owner after slave.
Okay, remember when I said these guys would line us up against a wall?
They have children, and their children have children,
Usual
and their
suspects.
children have children, and then their children have accidents that should have ended up on a sock, and it becomes destiny. That's what you get.
This guy typed N-word with an A on Twitter, by the way. That's what's elicited this reaction.
Banger.
You can't tell me this isn't fucking performative, dude.
Banger.
I'm sorry, bro. I do not buy that you're this mad about this.
That's what you...
He typed N-word with an A.
Get.
I wonder why he's saying N-word with an A if it's not that big of a deal. Say it, Michelin Man. Stand behind it. Stand behind it, Michelin Man. What's the word? Say the word. Come on, Pillsbury Doughboy. Say the word. Isn't it always interesting how it's not a big deal people always end up defaulting to, oh, it's the N-word now. You say it, I'll say it. You say it, I'll say it. I'm serious. I'm serious. Oh, come on. Your best friend has said it. Nicholas to eat the Oreo. Pillsbury Doughboy. Your bestie has said it. Very famously. You can say it too. You can say it. You can say it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't puss out on me here. Don't puss out on me here. Is it so funny? You guys love saying I said already shit as performance art? Yeah. Here's nothing drip at all. I mean, neither of them have any drip. Like, come on. Come on. You're gonna get caught up by Majin Buu. Chill on Majin Buu. All right. Chill on Majin Buu. Buu is at least cool. Buu is at least cool. Boo did get Brolic. True. Boo did get Brolic. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't understand.
Just pointing out a double standard here, Adrian. I mean, take hip hop. We've talked about this on the show before. You have African American rappers saying N-word this.
Wait, stop, pause. Pause. No, never mind. I got baited. F you, chatters.
N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you.
Okay, this is hypocritical. You know we can't.
Sure you can. This is America. Both of you. Say it.
All right.
Whip. Grandma, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Here, I'm gonna play the clip back again. Hope you had a good stream, Grumlow. We gotta hop on Marvel Rivals again at some point, by the way. This is a good time for the raid. This is a great time for the raid.
Pointing out a double standard here, Adrian. I mean, take hip hop. We've talked about this on the show before. You have African American rappers saying N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you.
Okay, this is hypocritical. You know we can't.
Sure you can. This is America. Both of you. Say it.
All right, I think we can move on.
Why? Why move on when you want to say it? Both of you want to say it.
I think Chuck is pointing out a double standard here.
Dude, back to this in a second. Let's go back to Nicholas to eat the Oreo. That's what
He typed N-word with an A.
Get. You don't murder every single slave owner.
Dude, the words that are coming out of his mouth do not match the intensity of the tweet. And Destiny constantly tweets rape.
I think it's totally fine to be passionate about the end of the lives of slave owners. Personally. Maybe that's just me.
Also, the bakery, thank you for the 7-month subscription. I missed that one. Also, sorry, Raiders, welcome in. Context. You know, you jumped in at a time. You don't really know what's going on. Who is this person on my screen? What's going on? Let me explain. Well, this is our new best friend, Nicholas the Eat the Oreo, or as I like to call him, Pillsbury Doughboy, or the Michelin Man. One of the any of those. He has made a video about me, and I'm in the title. So that's pretty chill. Mike's also in the title, but he spends an hour on me at the end of this video. He's basically just defending Ethan Klein, saying the N-word. Yeah. Oh, out of ads, Gremlin Raid. Oh, you got hit with the ad as soon as you got in here? That's crazy. Raiders were trapped. That's honestly not my fault. Best friend is pushing it. No, that's my best friend. He's my bestie.
Rage bait. So this is actually absurd that you're out rage baiting the fucking schizo.
Every single Ku Klux Klan member, and they have children, and
I
those
didn't know he was that big. Yeah, he has 116,000 subscribers.
children have accidents that should have been aborted. You get destiny.
Nicholas,
pretty funny.
the goat.
Thank you for
$5.
$5,
my man.
Vosh, right? Vosh was low-hanging.
Every clip of this guy, like I showed you this other one. Sean DeBlack gives Ethan Klein respect for mentioning him without using a slur.
Like, okay, he's like, so I have 3 clips here about slur usage that has slur in the title. Every clip of him is about a slur. Yeah, because you found the clips of like me talking about Ethan's slur usage. That's like going, like, I went to McDonald's and Wendy's and Burger King. America only sells burgers. Like, no, you went to burger places that sold burgers. Like, you can't be surprised when you walk into 3 fast food restaurants and you get fast food. Yeah. That was a pretty obvious joke. That's what I like to say.
I struggle. Can somebody find one clip on live stream fails of Sean DeBlack?
Bro did exactly what I just said. He's literally going to McDonald's complaining about only being served fast food. He's an LSF power user. I understand. I know. He's LSF personified in on Twitter. Like, you got stuck. I got stuck in just how stupid this person is. Honestly.
That doesn't involve race relations. Just one single clip.
Klein?
Or slur usage. Thank you for hitting the goal.
Put on a horse costume? Wait, also he's on Leftovers H3. You can look on Leftovers H3 talking about other things that Ethan has done, by the way. He's not even on LSF here. Just go over to Leftovers H3 and type in Shauna Black, and you'll see a myriad of clips of me talking about more than Ethan Klein's slur usage. Right?
Take me home.
Why don't they have
No more
pizza in the
horse
sushi
around.
place? Yeah. Right, I have a horse costume on. We're calling out Vosh. When Ethan did this and people were cheering him on,
wait,
I didn't cheer this on. Not because I liked Vosh.
Okay.
You feel me? Not because I'm like, oh, Vosh is great.
What do horses have to do with black people?
Nicholas, the goat. Thank you for the.
Are you like
$5,
also
my
into
man.
PETA? Like, wait, you didn't
What?
you didn't cheer this on? Wait, what is the?
You pause the he does the videos pause, right? He's paused the video and he's like, I'm like, this is why I didn't cheer it on. And he's like, why are you not cheering this on? Interesting. Like you pause the video, play the video, right? Play the video and I will give my take.
What are the implications of this horse? What?
But because I know for a fact, once Hassan crossed in the wrong way, right? Once Hassan said that made him mad, he would do the same thing on Hassan.
Wait, I'm just confused here. Okay, so let me get this straight. Vosh opened a folder of lolicon bestiality porn, and your first thought was...
Nicholas, the goat. Thank you for the $5, my man.
Again, let me get this straight. Hassan Piker... Vosh opened up lolicon horse bestiality porn, and your first thought is like, how is this going to affect Leftovers and Hassan Piker's relations with Ethan?
No, you fucking moron. The point is that Vosh opened up lolly porn on his computer, because Vosh is a sex pest, disgusting weirdo, and Ethan, very seriously talked about the situation, just took it very seriously for what it was. And people were cheering Ethan on in my chat, be like, oh, Ethan's great or awesome and amazing or whatever, right? And my point is that I didn't cheer Ethan on for taking down Vosh, because I know he's not taking down Vosh for altruistic reasons, right? And that when the next person crosses him, he then will then dunk on that person because Ethan is a clout shark who dunks on whoever he thinks he can dunk on to get, be the good guy of the day, as opposed to like actually having any ideological positions, right? I'll dunk on Vosh because me and Vosh have ideological differences on things like lolly pornography, apparently, right? Ethan will dunk on Vosh, not because they have no differences, but because Vosh is being dunked on in the news cycle for the day. Ethan will dunk on Ben Shapiro, not for like having ideological differences, but because Ben Shapiro was in the news cycle for the day. And then he'll dunk on Hassan because Hassan is in the news cycle for the day or whatever. Ethan does it when it's low-hanging fruit. Yes, that's very clearly and obviously my point. And again, I don't expect the Michelin Man to understand what I'm saying here. This is like, again, pea-brain mentality. Probably things with low-hanging fruit. Fresh and favorite low-hanging fruit. Exactly. Ethan only goes after low-hanging fruit that he feels like he can win against, so that he's like the more moral person of the day. You know what I mean? That's it. He doesn't actually hold any ideological positions. It's what can it makes me the most moral people of the day or moral person of the day? Oh, if Vosh is the bad person of the day, I'm gonna dunk on Vosh. And it goes into his like celebrity drama as well. Like, oh, Harry Sisson's in the news, I'm gonna dunk on Harry Sisson. That's his entire persona. There's like a dozen small man's for guys who he went after as well. Yeah, because that's what he does. That's what he does. He just does that. And like that's like whatever. But that's still an example of what he does.
You're like, wait, hold on. Horse lolly porn. He's gonna come for Hassan next. Dude, Lil Bro thought he was saying like the most intelligent shit right now. And it's really just like, that is ridiculous. That is an insane argument.
Hassan, right? Once Hassan said that made him mad, he would do the same thing on Hassan. And he did. I'm
just confused. What was the part that made Ethan mad? Was it the bestiality or the lolicon?
Like, how better can I explain this to this person? That Ethan just goes after people not for like having any ideological position. Like, I don't think Ethan cares about like lolicon bestiality. That's what my take is. Ethan is not anti-Vosh because he's like anti-not lolicon bestiality, right? I don't think this guy is anti-lolicon bestiality, if I'm being entirely real. If I'm being entirely real from what I've seen, he has not properly demonstrated to me that he's anti-lolicon bestiality. That's what my take is as well, right? He went after Vosh because Vosh was the low-hanging fruit Twitter target of the day, and he could get him clicks. And when you don't have any ideology and you just go after the person who will give you the most clicks, then like, yes, he's going to go after Hassan. He's going to go after Mike. He's going to go after Denham. He's going to go after Noah Sampson. He's going to go after Frogan or the pro-Palestinian movement. He's going to go after whoever he wants to go after if it feels like he can get him clicks. He doesn't have any ideological position. He doesn't have any, morals. It's just, who is the low-hanging fruit that I can go after today? That's what I'm going to go after. It's like playing chess with the pigeons. Honestly, I wouldn't insult pigeons' intelligence by comparing them to this person, honestly.
Which was the one that really ruffled his jimmies? Again, tell everybody why he's wearing a horse costume, Sean DeBlack.
Because it will give him clicks, obviously. He doesn't care about... You think if like Ethan actually cared about like the harmfulness of lolly porn or whatever, he would be wearing a horse costume with his background being a stable? No, he doesn't care. Looking at Zabi, he plays on a lowered rim. That's actually a great way to put it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Again, I don't cheer on the methods of somebody that I know is reactionary when they're going off against somebody who is, what's it called? Somebody who is, like, reprehensible. Because those same methods are going to be turned around and used against us when we inevitably cross them. Because they don't have any beliefs. They don't believe anything, right? It's just if somebody's against me, they're wrong. You're 100% right on Ethan, bro. And people looked at me like I was crazy. People looked at me like I was crazy for saying that Ethan did not change. People looked at me like I was crazy for saying I do not trust Ethan, even when leftovers were going on. Before leftovers.
If you said that like, I don't trust Ethan because he might turn on Hassan when you saw the lolicon horse porn, I would have called you crazy too.
Like, come on, bro. Like, again, you were right. This is like playing chess with a pigeon. Like, I don't think this person is like mentally equipped to have a conversation. Legitimately. I hate to be like elitist about this, but I think my argument is too highbrow for him. Honestly, I think my argument is too highbrow for him. I don't think he's equipped to handle that discussion. If I'm being entirely real. Even ended when they were having conversations about
yeah, it is kind of self-reporting
versus communism. When they were having conversations about China and Taiwan, conversations about Russia, Ukraine.
Wait, what are your thoughts on Taiwan? I'm just curious. And Russia, Ukraine. What are your thoughts on that now? I feel like Ethan has like the overwhelmingly correct position on both of those two issues as well.
Ethan doesn't have any positions. That's my take. My take is that he doesn't have positions. My take is literally that he doesn't have. I literally said it 2 minutes ago, right? 5 seconds ago in the clip itself. My take is that Ethan does not have positions. That's what I'm criticizing. He doesn't believe anything. He does not believe anything. He doesn't have beliefs. He says whatever he can say in a specific moment to seem like the most moral person at the time. I literally just said that. I don't see how that's confusing. Can you remember a minute ago? No, it's not. I said this. Again, I told you, like, too highbrow. I said it, you didn't understand it because he's stupid. I said this. I said Ethan does and has not changed.
What does change mean? Okay, so can somebody tell me what you thought he meant by change when he's like, yeah, guys, I was a hypocrite in the past and I used the N-word. Did you think that he was like a Marxist-Leninist? Like, what did you think that he did? How far do you think he fucking... What?
Yeah, what are words? Chat, can you explain to me what these things that he calls words are? When he is speaking, the things that are leaving his mouth. I don't really understand that. Can you explain this to me? Yeah, can you define is? Like, chat, can you define change for me? I have not heard this word before, right? When I dropped out of school in 2nd grade, they said that we'd get to a next lesson in 3rd grade, and I didn't go back. So I am now confused. I am not confused about this word changed that he used. That was not taught in 2nd grade. You know what, Mr. LeMan, it's okay. It's okay. You'll get him next time.
He's a liberal, dude. He's a fucking liberal.
He's not a liberal. That's my issue. Or even if he is a liberal, he's reactionary. And liberals could also still be racist. But again, right now I'm just arguing about based upon what he might be saying instead of what he's actually saying.
The guy, Keemstar Orbiter, Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo.
He was an apolitical who made fucking content that was in line with what's anti-SJWs were posting occasionally. Right now, this wasn't all of his content.
He sometimes teetered on what some may call associated with the spaces that are kind of like and kind of near what some may attribute to being close to semi what SJWs were posting. All right, dude. All right. You can't even say that he was making anti-SJW content. Like, he can't even like not suck Ethan off in this exact moment to describe what his content very clearly was. That Ethan has, said his content was. You know what I mean? How much longer does this go on for? Okay, then he reads comments for the next 10 minutes. And I think he plays this clip as well. And then he moves on. He does something else.
But he kind of was making some of the 2016 feminist content, right? Then he became a liberal. I don't think that that's necessarily like pronouncing undying love to Stalin.
Got a bit too. And I don't understand what why he thinks I think that Ethan should be like a Marxist Leninist or whatever. I only talk about race issues. So why would I be talking about like Stalinism, Marxist Leninism if I'm only talking about race issues? And that's the only thing I do. You know what I mean? If I only talk about race issues and slur issues, then why would you assume that I want Ethan to become a freaking Marxist Leninist? He wants to use slang so bad it hurts. Too far for Ethan. He couldn't handle the pushback. He then turned on the left. Of course he did. Of course he did. Because Ethan doesn't believe.
So you look at this thread. We're done with this, but I'm so grateful to have found Sean, truly one of the best. What is he? I legitimately, what does this guy talk about other than like race? Does this guy have any other subjects? That's not an apology. I love Sean. This is such a.
Oh wait, he moved. Sorry, chat. I gotta move him back over. There we go. Wow.
Good and accurate analysis. The hypocrisy of Ethan whining about all lives matter when this is what he does as a proud genocidal Zionist makes you really makes that video look performative as fuck. He never gave a shit about black people, especially not George Floyd. The Kleins are so ignorant beyond what we could have imagined. Even if he apologized for saying slurs, it would have had to have been recently. And it would have been most likely an empty apology anyway, since I think the last time he said it was like in 2016 or something. Wait, if you stop saying slurs and then you apologize, then it's an empty apology because you've already learned your lesson? What does that even mean? Sean actually has the best analysis of this whole drama every time.
This is true. I do have the best analysis every time. That chatter is correct, and it is objective.
I really like when he said the Vosh part. That's when I realized maybe Ethan's just a bully in bad faith. I'm sorry. Are we like sweeping for lolicon horse porn now?
Okay, this person is not fully correct here as well. Like, I think Vosh deserved to go after. I'm not pro Vosh. I want to put that out. I am not pro Vosh. But Ethan is and does do his content based in, who he can dunk on for that person that specific day. That's it. That's all he does. It's who can I dunk on for this day. It's sometimes he picks good targets. Again, this is something that I've said before, right? Sometimes he'll dunk on Ben Shapiro, or he'll dunk on Steven Crowder, or he'll dunk on Vosh, right? And I'm like, okay, chill, cool, awesome. And then he'll start ducking on like Frogan or the pro-Palestinian movement or, you know, pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, and you're just like, okay, but why, you know? And it's because Ethan doesn't have any beliefs. He doesn't believe anything, right? He doesn't believe that Vosh is bad, right? Because of his like lolicon porn stuff or whatever. I don't know. Like, he doesn't believe these things. He's just like, oh, Vosh is in the news for being bad today? Well, that's what I'm talking about because it'll get me views and clicks and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's it. That's all. Trying to debate you calling out his racism by saying that you were actually too knowledgeable on the topic is brave, dumb, but brave. True, actually. But like, he's not even wrong. Like, I do talk about racism. That's how I describe my streams, right? Like, I talk about these issues that are going on in the world from a black perspective because I'm black. Like, that's what my perspective is filtered through. I can only give you my perspective, right? And I'll show you guys other things, right? I'll show you videos from other people. I'll show you, sorry, I have a meeting this right now, but like the meeting is not started yet. I'll show you like other people's perspectives and I will give you this information. Also, I'm 2 followers away from 26,600. So if you're lurking, you can follow. You should follow me because I'm awesome. You're black? True, I am. It's driving you through calling you one note is crazy word. I mean, like, true. Like, also, like, I don't want to hear this person say sweeping for pedophiles because, like, I can say that I'm anti-Vosh and anti, right? I'm anti-Vosh and I'm anti-Keemstar. He can't say both. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I don't have a picture with either Vosh or Keemstar, so. LOL. Okay, wait. I do have a meeting. And unfortunately, the content cop is not up. I don't even know his actual name. Who? The Michelin Man? Go to work? I don't know if I have to, though. I guess the thinking that he's not bringing a white perspective to his commentary is exactly why you need an analyzing from a race critical perspective, but that's way too advanced for him to get. Honestly, most of what we talked about today is way too advanced for him to get. If we're being entirely real. Being a Keemstar orbiter, his existence is based on defending racism and homophobia. And maybe pedophilia sometimes, you know. I'm just saying, stolen from a glass house. Every accusation is out as a what's it called? Every accusation is a something. What's the word? You know the word, chat. Confession. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know words. Michelin Man, is that you? Okay. Can we like here?
Like, are we self-recording on main? Like, sure, having some drawn lollies in a folder and mistakenly showing it on screen for a second is weird and gross. But is it really that bad to have 5 full episodes making fun? Yes! Yes, it is! And him responding, and his friends responding, yes! 100% yes! And then trying to ruin his career? Feels like that was a trial run to see if he can go after. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you people legitimately fucking brain dead? What did he do? He planted the lolly in his fucking folder? This guy fucking swung Gura images through fucking, what's it called? What's it called when you put a file in there? Like a fucking file transfer? Hit it on his hard drive so he could fucking spring it up on stream, remote activated his fucking folder to expose him with? Yeah, he FTP'd Gura
I do think that the this commenter is incorrect.
on his fucking feed, dude.
Personally.
Watch fan spotted, literally. It was Ethan all along. It's literally the chicanery speech, dude. I know I didn't have that lolicon horse porn in my folder. I just couldn't prove it. It was Jimmy that did it. So stupid. I was looking at a 19-year-old girl. The birthday was one away from the Magna Carta. I couldn't possibly have made that mistake.
And also, like, again, he's pictured with Keemstar multiple times. I'm just saying, stones from glass houses. Stones from glass houses. Dang it! I closed the tab.
Just Sean the Who. He actually talks.
Come on, bro. You just re-comment some more. Sorry, give me a second. Anyway, I just don't know if he says anything else relatively interesting. Oh wait, hold on.
Is it Big Joel? That guy is retarded, dude. Xander Hall. Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! Leave Big Joel alone. Leave Big Joel alone. That wasn't very nice.
Yes, it's Xander Hall. So yeah, Sean the Black. Ethan's probably like, oh, is it Big Joel? That guy here, but all of them will run circles. Who the fuck? Ethan? Isn't that pretty much Hassan? Is it Big Joel? That guy is retarded, dude. It's Xander Hall. Yes, it's Xander Hall. So yeah, Sean the Black. Ethan's probably like, oh, his name is Sean the Black. Thank God. I didn't even mean to say that. That's a funny comment. Could you imagine that? It's like, oh yeah, it's Sean the Black. And they're like, oh, you remembered his name. What? Oh God. FD Signifier is like the biggest leftist creator. Even FD Signifier is a fucking idiot too. But like, at least, yeah.
Okay, that's kind of just a self-report. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the problem is you instead.
He's like a large creator who gets lots of views. That's a good point. FT Signifier. But I think if he could take a shot at Ethan and he knew it would stick and it wouldn't be like he could just walk in and maul his channel, I think he'd take the time to do it for sure. Yeah. IPOS. Like, yeah, it's all the... Dude, I felt like the bread tube was basically comprised of all the poor people who were complaining they didn't have enough money during Christmas time last year. That was literally like most of BreadTube was making videos about like how their Patreon isn't paying the bills anymore. Merry Christmas, assholes.
And talking about me without saying a slur.
Solari, yeah.
Respect. They're every day full time except on the time you were there. Yeah, that's crazy. It is interesting.
All right.
You're 3/5 of a visitor to him? That's wild.
Dude, the whole chat's just like, hell yeah, dude. 3/5 compromise. Remember that? Remember racism? Yeah, dude. There you go.
He's not talking about the 5/5 friends.
Whoa, Mr. Slur Defender here. You can't get mad when, like, a black person makes jokes about racism. So okay, hold on. You think Ethan should be allowed to make 3/5 compromise jokes, but when I make it, it's a problem? When I do it, it's an issue? This is literally just like the, oh, you blacks get mad when white people say the N-word, but you're totally fine with you saying the N-word yourselves. You know what I mean?
I'm not a person to Ethan.
Dude, how the fuck did you get that out of any of this? He said you're irrelevant, your friends are bigger, and he's like...
It's a joke. See, you know, white people get to make jokes, black people can't make jokes. I can't joke about the 3/5 compromise and the fact that black people weren't full humans. When I say, oh, I'm not a human to Ethan because it's a 3/5 compromise joke, he's like, oh, wow, how did you even get that? You keep race baiting. Like, I can't make jokes anymore? I can't make a ha-ha, a kiki? No jokes like you Dave Chappelle? Yeah. Guess I have to become transphobic now.
Like, yeah, I'm 3/5 of a person to Ethan. Race. Shocking. Sean DeBlack said that. Okay,
it's
whatever.
a meme. Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Hopefully you have a long, fruitful career. This is the wholesome version. Let me download this really fast. This is like I'm totally ruining my segment, but this is too funny not to post.
Okay, he just moves on, right?
Apologies to VOD watchers. Is VOD Logic getting fucking like jumped at VidCon over streaming? Do you remember this?
Okay, I don't really care about Chud Logic.
Anyway, that's it. Honestly, I expected better. That's it. I expected better. Anyway, that's kind of. I think that's where I gotta call it. Chat. Oh, jeez, let me take this off. Yeah, I was trying to hold out and wait for. Trying to hold out and wait for the content cop to drop. And honestly, I don't have any more meetings today, so if it does drop later on today, I may come back if y'all will watch. If I come back later on today when content cop drops, I'll take this person off my screen. Here, I'll put this person as the full screen. There we go. I will come here. I will watch it with you instead of Hassan. Hassan may not watch it live. It's depending on who it's on. Maybe like 3 a.m. my time. Why did you take that off the screen? What do you mean? What do you mean? What's wrong with the screen? What's the issue? Okay, I'll turn it off. I'll take it off. All right, I'm fair. I am magnanimous. I'm a magnanimous dictator. He's gone. Has Ian posted anything on Twitter? Probably not. Oh, this is Mitt Romney. Oh, sorry. This is Pillsbury Doughboy with Keemstar. Yeah, this is the last thing he posted.
What we do here is go back.
Is that Mitt Romney? Yeah, that was Mitt Romney at BLM.
What we do here is
also check. Can I get 2 lurkers to hit that follow real quick? We're almost at 600, 600. Any lurkers want to hit that follow? You lurking? You want to, or subs can gift subs. That works too. Okay, that's 1. You just need 1 more. I know you're listening to this. I know you're listening. We're not gonna unfollow and refollow again. That's not how that works. Come on. Come on. 1 follow, chat. 1. Just 1. That's all we need. That's all we need. I think it's perfect way to call a YouTube stream though. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, we did it. Woo! We at 26,600. Okay. All right. Thank you to chat for watching.